Chapter 2299. If he had not destroyed the Pirate Alliance, she would not have left her home and become a prisoner. Perhaps it is fate that I met her here. Suyu thought to himself as he continued to observe. Yuer, don't be like this. Without me, you would have fallen into the mouths of the beasts and become their food, the green-robed man chuckled. His words sounded like he was trying to coerce her. When Xiaxiaya had been banished to the hunting ground, she had been attacked by 2 family master-level beasts. Luckily, the green-robed man had entered earlier and saved her, controlling the beasts. Otherwise, Xiaxiaya might really have become food in the beasts' stomachs. Xiaxiaya's lips twitched, but she sighed and did not resist. He had saved her life. She would let him do whatever he wanted unless it was too much. Beast Slave King, did the rest of the people capture the light emissaries? The green-robed man was called the Beast Slave King, and he was the leader of the tribe. He was skilled in a skill that no one else knew. Controlling beasts. Apart from the beast at Xia Yan's level, the rest of the beasts in the fog forest were all controlled by the green-robed man. Although his cultivation level was only at the level of a pathmaster, he controlled an army of beasts and was worthy of being their leader. Xiaxiaya was willing to join him not only because he had saved her life, but more importantly they had the same goal, to escape from the fog forest. The seals of the fog forest were terrifying. Even if they gathered all the beasts and their people, they would not be able to break through. Fortunately, the fog forest was about to usher in a competition that happened once every 50 years. Only then would they have a chance. Their initial plan was to capture a group of light emissaries and force the Palace of Light to let them leave by holding them hostage. Given how much the Palace of Light valued the light emissaries, the plan would definitely succeed if they could hold them hostage. Therefore, they had meticulously planned for a long time, setting up ambushes in many places. Unfortunately, they had not succeeded so far, because every light emissary had a life-saving talisman that could allow them to escape at a critical moment. Unless they could catch one of the light emissaries off guard, they would not be able to escape. Not yet the Beast Slave King side. They are all a bunch of trash. As soon as Zhang Xian said those words, the 100 savage beasts panted uneasily, afraid that he would kill them in a fit of rage. I'll go out again to see if I can try my luck, Xiaxiaya said. She did not want to be in the same room as the Beast Slave King. Xiaxiaya was very clear about his intentions. Not long after she joined them, the Beast Slave King took advantage of her deep meditation to sneak into her seclusion room to plot against her. Fortunately, she was vigilant and had set up some measures in advance, which allowed her to wake up in time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Since then, the Beast Slave King had openly gotten close to her and had even faintly considered himself her man. Anyone who tried to get close to her was sent away by the Beast Slave King for various reasons and never came back. Everyone knew that those people had already been eaten by the savage beasts controlled by the Beast Slave King. Xiaxiaya was indebted to this person, so even though Xiaxiaya was extremely disgusted, she couldn't say anything. She could only choose to reduce contact with him as much as possible. The Beast Slave King hesitated. He didn't want Xiaxiaya to leave. The more time they spent together, the more opportunities they would have to get closer to each other. But among the people he recruited, in terms of strength, experience, and ability, if Xiaxiaya said she was second, no one would say they were first. Capturing the light emissary was a matter of whether or not they could leave this place. He could only let Xiaxiaya go. All right, bring 2 family master-level savage beasts with you to protect yourself. The Beast Slave King dispatched the 2 family master-level savage beasts. Xiaxiaya nodded her snow-white chin lightly, and her whole body relaxed as she left. Looking at Xiaxiaya's beautiful figure as she left, an evil glint flashed across the Beast Slave King's eyes, and he laughed coldly. Little girl, you can't escape from my evil clutches. Sooner or later, I will make you listen to me obediently. Suyu looked at the Beast Slave King indifferently, then looked at the hundreds of savage beasts beside him. He retreated expressionlessly and secretly followed Xiaxiaye. There were too many savage beasts in the cave. If all the light emissaries and him entered, once they alarmed the herd of savage beasts, no one would be able to escape. On the contrary, the two savage beasts beside Xiaxiaye could still plot something. Moreover, he also wanted to have a talk with Xiaxiaye. He had been tailing Xiaxiaye, and only after half a day had passed, when they were completely far away from the ice mountain, was he ready to take action. However, Xiaxiaye suddenly stopped in her tracks and said without turning her head, "You have been following me for so long. Can you come out now?" Su Yu's heart thumped as he wondered, "Have I been discovered?" That shouldn't be the case. He had borrowed the power of nothingness left behind by the little Kirin in the past, so it should be hard for him to detect it. Shwa! Just as he was about to show himself, a beautiful figure flashed in front of him. A woman wearing an ink-black dress with an indifferent expression floated in the air. "Xian painting. It was actually her. Looks like you noticed me a long time ago." Xian Hua played with a brush in her hand, a faint smile on her face. Xiaxiaye turned around with a cold expression. "You're quite capable to be able to track our base." Every single savage beast had been specially trained by the Beast Slave King, so it was impossible for them to be tailed to their lair. The fact that the girl in front of him was able to find that place showed that she had extraordinary abilities. Xiaxiaye sensed Xian Hua's presence as soon as they left the ice mountain. However, she did not dare to alert the enemy. If she rashly informed the Beast Slave King, he would definitely escape. How could she find her then? Therefore, she had pretended not to know anything until now. "You flatter me. I'm just a little clever." Xian Hua looked at Xiaxiaye and the two patriarch-level savage beasts beside her. "I don't want to hurt you, so it's better for you to admit defeat yourself." Xiaxiaye was expressionless as she asked, "Admit defeat and then be treated as your spoils of war, right?" She had heard from the Beast Slave King that any prey in the mist forest, whoever caught it would own it and be at their disposal. After becoming someone else's slave, not only would her situation not improve, it would instead become even worse. At least in the mist forest, she still had a certain degree of freedom. If she became someone else's slave, she would not be able to control her life or death, honor or disgrace. Therefore, if it was possible, she still had to fight. Capture a radiant emissary and use it to escape from the Light Palace. "You're young, but you talk big," Xiaxiaye said. "You're ranked quite high among the radiant emissaries, right?" Xiaxiaye would never have thought that the person standing in front of her was the second-ranked genius. She would be ranked first among the radiant emissaries in the past. Her terrifying strength was far beyond what Xiaxiaye could handle. "It's all right, I'm not ranked first anyway," Xianhua said indifferently. Xiaxiaye nodded. "Then, let's see how strong we are." Roar! The two patriarch-level savage beasts roared loudly and immediately released their talents. One of them could control the gravity of the earth, while the other could devour the blood essence of others with its gaze. They were both very powerful, savage beasts. However, Xianhua's expression was indifferent. She held a brush in her hand and lightly drew 2 strokes in the air, drawing out a mirror without edges. The reflection of the mirror was clearly attacking Xianhua's talent, but it actually attacked them instead. Instantly, the 3, including Xiaxiaye, felt an incomparably strong gravitational force. Xiaxiaye was still fine, using her dense Tao Lord power to resist. The 2 enormous savage beasts whimpered and immediately fell to the ground, struggling with difficulty. Painting as the Tao, could you be the second-ranked Xianhua? Xiaxiaye more or less knew a little about this generation's radiant emissary. There was no need to say too much about the daughter of destiny. She could be said to be an invincible woman. As for the second-ranked Xianhua, Xiaxiaye had also heard of her many times. It was said that she cultivated the painting Tao, which very few people would choose. Anything she casually drew could become a physical object. The most terrifying thing was that she could even draw Tao artifacts. The mirror in front of her was definitely a Tao artifact. This was equivalent to Xian Hua controlling all the Tao artifacts she had seen before. "It's me. Are you surprised?" Xian Hua said with a smile, her eyes full of mockery. Xia Xiaoya's heart was full of bitterness. She was only shocked, not happy. If she had known that Xian Hua would come personally, why would she fight her alone? Crescent moon hook. Xia Xiaoya resisted with difficulty. Her two eyes suddenly turned into two incomplete moons. An abnormally sharp, invisible blade shot out, completely cutting away the gravity that was suppressing her, and at the same time slashed toward Xian Hua. Xian Hua covered her mouth and laughed. "I thought you would immediately run away." She unhurriedly drew a golden bell in front of her. The golden bell immediately became a physical object. When it was hit by the invisible blade, the golden bell let out a violent buzz. The buzzing sound was extremely powerful to the soul. Xia Xiaoya felt a splitting headache. Her vision became blurry, and she was about to lose consciousness. In just a few rounds, Xian Hua had subdued the two family master-level beasts, and Xia Xiaoya. Suyu, who was observing in secret, felt his heart tremble. Xian Hua's Tao was indeed unpredictable. Fortunately, he had the demonic soul stone to protect his soul from the buzzing sound of the golden bell just now. Otherwise, he would have fallen for it. If he were to fight this woman, he might not be able to defeat Xian Hua if he did not use his full strength. Seeing that Xian Hua was about to restrain Xia Xiaoya, Suyu knew he could not wait any longer. He revealed himself. Xian Hua was shocked when she saw his aura. She did not expect there to be someone else in the dark. Without thinking, Xian Hua's palm moved like lightning, drawing out several Tao artifact level longswords in the air, forming a sword formation. Whoosh, 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 the endless sword formation swept forward. It could not only block the enemy, but it could also kill the enemy. Seizing the opportunity, Xian Hua took a step forward and grabbed Xia Xiaoya. However, since Suyu had attacked, he must have anticipated the possible outcome. Time and space freeze! He activated the time and space law in an instant, freezing the sword formation. Xian Hua was also frozen, but she still had the ability to move. It was just that in comparison, she was much slower. Suyu took the opportunity to catch up. Before she could, he grabbed Xia Xiaoya by the waist and carried her away. When the time and space freeze ended, Xian Hua grabbed nothing but air. She staggered and almost fell into Suyu's arms. Suyu did not stop, continuing to flee. He did not want to fight Xian Hua too early, especially when the outcome of the battle in the Mist Forest was still undecided. Chapter 2300. It's you! Xian Hua shouted angrily as she recognized Suyu's back. She felt like the mantis was stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. However, she was the mantis, while the others were the oriole. You've crossed the line. Xian Hua drew a pair of enormous black wings in the sky. The wings materialized behind her, and after flapping, they exploded with incredible speed. In 10 breaths' time, she caught up to Suyu. Sensing that Xian Hua was behind him, Suyu, who was carrying Xia Xiaoya, could not attack. His body shook, the dragon blood in his body surging. A layer of dragon energy seeped out of his body, forming the shape of a dragon. With a sweep of its long tail, the entire dragon shot away like an arrow, shaking Xian Hua off. Xian Hua was furious, but Suyu was too fast. An hour later, she finally lost him. Damn it! She stomped her feet in anger. Don't touch me again, or I won't forgive you. On the other side, after shaking off Xian Hua, Suyu landed in a relatively safe place. Looking at Xia Xiaoya, whose eyes were closed and seemed to be asleep, Suyu smirked. You're safe now. Xiaoxiao suddenly opened her eyes and suddenly attacked Suyu, aiming her right palm at his chest. But Suyu seemed to have expected it, and he threw her to the ground. Thud! Xiaoxiao fell to the ground, letting out a dull thud. Her sneak attack had failed, so she rolled on the ground to put some distance between them. She then turned around cautiously, staring at Suyu with an unfriendly gaze. I am your savior. Is it really okay to treat me like this? Suyu teased. Xiaoxiao glared. Save me? You light envoys bite each other like dogs. None of you are good people. Suyu touched his nose, chuckling. I'm not the light envoys. You're not? Xiaoxiao was suspicious. Only the light envoys had ever participated in the deer hunt. At that moment, Suyu slowly took off his mask and revealed his handsome face. Xiaoxiao's eyes widened with just one look, and she cried out in disbelief, Su Rushu! How could it be you? Surprised? Suyu asked, amused. Xiaoxiao clenched her teeth, her gaze turning fierce. She charged over, taking the initiative to attack. I'll destroy you. The Daylord's power and domain were unleashed simultaneously. However, Suyu merely thrust his palm out casually, and his invincible palm energy completely disintegrated his attack. At the same time, his hand moved as fast as lightning and grabbed the other party's right wrist. He smiled faintly and said, It's not good to fight and kill each other when old friends are reunited. Bah, who's your old friend? We are irreconcilable enemies. Xiaoxiao struggled with all her might, but Suyu's hand was like an iron pincer, gripping her tightly. Unable to break free, Xiaoxiao reached for his heart with her other hand. Suyu wore a faint smile as he held her other hand. No matter how Xiaoxiao resisted, she couldn't break free. Leader Xiaoya, the world has changed. You're still the same person you were in the past, but I'm not the same person anymore. Don't make any impulsive moves, Suyu said calmly. Although Xiaoxiao's face was full of hatred, her heart was filled with shock. Suyu had seized the pirate alliance by means of crafty plots and schemes. In terms of strength, she had never taken Suyu seriously. But 10 years later, he actually overshadowed him so easily. This change was a little too big. The more she thought about it, the more resentful Xiaoya became. 10 years later, she had become a prisoner, while Suyu was doing better and better. Evil heavens! You have eyes but failed to see. How dare you let an evil person rule? Perhaps because she was too indignant, Xiaoya raised her head and shouted. She was so aggrieved that she started crying. Speaking of which, she was quite pitiful. The leader of the pirate alliance was gone just like that. She ran to the colored glaze civilization to seek development, but ended up becoming a prisoner. She thought she had captured a light emissary, but ended up encountering the most powerful of the light emissaries. She almost lost her life. In the end, she was saved by the person who had caused her to end up like this. The word evil comes out of the mouth of a pirate leader. It sounds like a good person, doesn't it? Suyu let go of his hands and laughed. Xiaoya raised her teary eyes and stared at him angrily. You still have the cheek to laugh? It's all thanks to you. Suyu smiled and took out the fairy embryo jade bottle, which was a Taoist artifact. He took out some spiritual liquid and sprinkled a few drops on Xiaoya's head. The lingering pain in her soul disappeared immediately. Xiaoya was still glaring at Suyu, but it was no longer as fierce as before. Instead, it had become complicated. After a while, she managed to convince herself. She let out a long sigh. Forget it. You have become a prisoner anyway. You deserve your fate. Let's forget about the past. She remembered that Suyu had let her go when he had taken over the pirate alliance. Coupled with the fact that he had saved her life today, and the fact that she did not really hate Suyu to the core, she decided to let go of the past. Oh, how kind of you. Are you going to let me go, just like that? Suyu said with a faint smile. Xiaoya cast a sidelong glance at him. Humph, don't try to show off. as a prey of the dense fog forest. You should be mentally prepared. This place can take your life at any time. Su Yu's smile deepened, causing Xia Xiaoya's hair to stand on end. What are you smiling at? I have a piece of news for you, but I don't know if it is good news or bad news for you. Xia Xiaoya pointed at herself mockingly. Is there any worse news than this? Yes. What? I am not a prisoner, but a hunter participating in the deer hunt. Xia Xiaoya was like a stone statue, petrified on the spot. It was as if she had been struck by lightning. When she regained her senses, she had an expression as if she wanted to eat Su Yu alive. She looked up to the sky and roared furiously, "The wicked are in charge! The wicked are in charge!" She did not understand how Su Yu had managed to sneak into the dense fog forest of the Bright Palace, but she believed it unconditionally, because Su Yu could do it. Thinking of this, she almost vomited blood. Her heart was extremely unbalanced. Su Yu had harmed her to this extent. Not only did he not receive retribution, he had even become a hunter. Ha ha ha. Su Yu laughed. Looks like this is bad news for you. Xia Xiaoya glared at Su Yu, grinding her teeth. She wanted to cry, but she did not. Su Yu had mocked her enough. He smiled. You can be my prey for now. Once we leave the dense fog forest, why would I let you live? Xia Xiaoya's eyes lit up. She said in surprise, really? Her expression changed faster than flipping a page. It's fake, Su Yu said. You. Xia Xiaoya's face was filled with anger. She felt like she was being toyed with. Not only will I let you go, but I will also give you an opportunity, Su Yu said. Xia Xiaoya was stunned. Her anger turned to laughter. Be asterisk starred. He was clearly toying with her, but she heaved a sigh of relief. There was hope of escaping the Bright Palace and regaining her freedom. She knew Su Yu's character very well. Since he had decided to let her go, he would naturally let her go. She just did not know what his so-called opportunity was. Tell me, how were you captured by the Bright Palace? Su Yu asked. Xia Xiaoya said bitterly, Thanks to you I have nothing. I came to the colored glaze civilization to develop myself. But not long after I arrived, I was deceived by someone and sold to the Bright Palace. Who? Golden-eyed gentleman. Su Yu's pupils changed slightly. He is also in the colored glaze civilization. Yes. In order to gain the trust of the Nightless Empire as soon as possible, he sold the information that I was the leader of the Pirate Alliance to the Empire. I had no choice but to flee to the Bright Palace. I was captured by the army of the Bright Palace at the border. As Xia Xiaoya spoke, she realized that Su Yu was deep in thought. What are you thinking about? Su Yu was thinking about the golden-eyed gentleman's goal. From the first time they had met, this person had given Su Yu a sense of unease. The encounter at the Heavenly Legacy Cavern proved that Su Yu's intuition was correct. Knowing that he was in the colored glaze civilization, Su Yu had a bad feeling. I hope we do not cross paths again, Su Yu thought. Su Yu thought. He then looked toward Xia Xiaoya. Do you have any plans in the fog forest? Xia Xiaoya shook her head. Before I met you, I hoped to capture a light emissary. Now I don't need anything. Now, all she had to do was obediently become Su Yu's prey, and she could successfully leave. Oh, you don't care about that beast slave king? He is deeply in love with you, Su Yu said with a faint smile. Xia Xiaoya's expression turned cold. Don't mention him. If not for him saving my life, I would have killed him long ago. Su Yu chuckled, his eyes deep. Saving his life? It was probably not that simple. He never believed in coincidences. Xia Xiaoya had just been surrounded by wild beasts when the Beast Slave King appeared. Coupled with the fact that the Beast Slave King had the ability to control wild beasts, the truth behind all this was worth pondering. But without evidence, Su Yu would not rely on guesses and maliciously speculate about others. Since you know the Beast Slave King's plan, you should know where the many traps he has set are, right? Basically, I know everything. You want me to guide you to kill those wild beasts and criminals? Of course. Xiaoye hesitated. There is no good ending for going against the Beast Slave King. He controls all the wild beasts in the Mist Forest. If he is truly angered and hunts you and me alone, we will not be able to escape unless you give up on the competition and leave the Mist Forest. Su Yu thought back to the wild beasts that filled the ice mountains and agreed. Or you can join forces with the other light emissaries and attack together, Xiaoye said. Su Yu laughed. That group of light emissaries will not cooperate with me. Why? Xiaoye blinked. Under such special circumstances, they will probably give up temporarily, because, other than that Xianhua, I have beaten them all. Ugh. Xiaoye's eyelids twitched, muttering, You really are a scourge in many ways. All right, do as I say. With Xiaoye leading the way, it was easy for Su Yu to find the wild beasts. At the same time, he could see through their traps and kill them easily. 5 days later, Su Yu had already successfully killed 4 master-level wild beasts and 20 normal wild beasts. Adding the unicorn he had killed earlier, he had a total of 600 points. I have enough points, Su Yu analyzed. His only concern now was Xianhua. Chapter 2301. It seems like I'll have to find Xianhua first. If she doesn't hunt enough prey, I'll have to lend her a hand, Su Yu pondered. Xiaoye heaved a deep sigh. Su Rushu, you've changed. How did it change? Su Yu asked in surprise. Although you were a bastard in the past, at least you didn't get close to women. But now you're trapped by them, and you're still foolish enough to help them score points. Xiaoye was disappointed. Sigh, there's no cat in the world that doesn't eat fish. If there is, it must be temporary. Su Yu's veins throbbed. You are thinking too much. He told the whole story. Only then did Xiaoye come to a realization. So it's the Tao embodiment of soul, no wonder. As she looked at Su Yu, she couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Su Yu hadn't managed to come this far by himself due to sheer luck. He actually dared to impersonate a heaven's prideling within the borders of the Palace of Light, and ran to Zhulu to swindle the antler. If it were her, she would never dare to do such a thing, even if she was given 10 times the courage. Now that she thought about it, it wasn't unjust for Su Yu to snatch away the pirate organization that she had painstakingly built. All right, I'll reluctantly believe you. Xiaoye raised her eyes. Barely? Su Yu touched his nose. He really had no interest in Xianhua. Let's go. Let's find her first and see how she's faring in the hunt, Su Yu said. Xiaoye was confused. You know where she is? Su Yu countered with a question. If you found a beehive, would you still spend so much effort searching for scattered bees? I won't. Xiaoye understood. If Xianhua wanted to hunt a large number of prey, she could only hide near the beehive and wait for an opportunity to hunt. The two of them immediately moved and arrived near the ice mountain. They hid themselves and observed their surroundings closely. Su Yu activated his transparent eyes. Nothing in the world could hide from him, and he could clearly see the situation inside the ice mountain. However, there was no sign of Xianhua. That shouldn't be the case. Su Yu pondered. Apart from the icy mountain, there was no other prey to kill. Xianhua could only start from there. Suddenly, Su Yu had a thought. Have you seen the divine light deer in the fog forest? Xiaoye asked back. Light divine deer? What does he look like? Su Yu drew the image of the divine light deer in the air on the spot, causing Xiaoye to exclaim, It's it! You know, yes. Several months ago, when the Beast Slave King was controlling the other savage beasts, he encountered this snow deer. However, it managed to escape. It and that shadow beast are the only savage beasts that are not controlled by the Beast Slave King. After a pause, Xiaoye said, Are you saying that Xianhua went to find Snow Deer? Yes, it's possible. So you said, if he managed to capture the divine deer of light and obtain its techniques, then Xianhua's ranking in the divine deer championship would be meaningless. He could even be in last place. But he could also be looking for that shadow beast, so you said. That shadow beast's strength was on par with Xia Yi, and it was worth 500 points. From their brief interaction, it could be seen that Xianhua was an extremely headstrong person. Someone who was unwilling to admit defeat would definitely not be willing to sit and wait for death. Then what do we do? Wait patiently. So you said, at that time, in the iceberg, dozens of talisman papers were placed in front of the beast slave monarch. They were all dull and cracked. That was because the enslaved savage beast had already died. Xia Xiaoye, the beast slave king, let out a low and furious roar. You betrayed me! The only person who knew all the locations of the ambush was Xia Xiaoye. In just 5 short days, all the savage beasts had been destroyed. There was only one possibility. Xia Xiaoye had personally led powerful fighters there and pointed out the locations of the traps. Stupid woman, you spoiled my plans. I want you to die a horrible death. The beast slave king roared at the sky, extremely furious. Xia Xiaoye's betrayal had not only caused her to escape his control, but it had also ruined his plan to capture the light emissary. He would never be able to leave the mist forest in this lifetime. In fact, he would not live for long. His expression kept changing. After a moment, he made up his mind. Everyone gather. Dozens of criminals and hundreds of savage beasts surrounded him. From now on, move out as a group. Capture the light emissary at all costs. With the ambush gone, he could only cut off all means of retreat. Previously, in order to capture as many light emissaries as possible, he had only sent a small number of savage beasts to set up ambushes. This was to prevent too many savage beasts from scaring the light emissary out of the mist forest. Now that there was no way out, he could only take a gamble. Even if he could capture just one, that would be enough. Xia Xiaoye's betrayal had put him in a passive position. Let's go. Rumble! Hundreds of savage beasts roared as they charged out of the ice mountain. Their messy and heavy footsteps caused the air to tremble and the earth to tremble. Su Yu and the beast slave king, who were hiding far away from the ice mountain, felt the huge commotion. Roar! Amidst the deafening roars of the beasts, the army of savage beasts swept up ice shards and charged in the same direction like a ferocious tide. Everything they passed, be it the ice rocks or the forest, was destroyed. The scene was extremely shocking. Su Yu, who was hiding in the dark, immediately noticed that the beast slave king was among the savage beasts. He was at the center of the savage beasts, under heavy protection, unable to approach. Follow him, Su Yu said to himself. He had not expected the beast slave king to be so daring. He had decided to stake everything on this. With such a large number of savage beasts, any light emissary would either have to escape or use a life-saving talisman to leave the mist forest. Capturing a light emissary alive really depended on luck. The huge commotion caused by the savage beasts had attracted many light emissaries. They had been in the mist forest for a few days without any results. Sensing the commotion caused by so many savage beasts, they naturally rushed over. Furthermore, their line of sight in the mist forest was limited to 10 miles. When they realized that the number of savage beasts was terrifying and that they could not deal with them, they were already within the attack range of the savage beasts. The first to rush over were Huangyang and Qingling. The two of them had met along the way and came to investigate together. They discovered the presence of the great army of savage beasts. As their abilities were weak, they were extremely cautious. Without hesitation, they activated their crystal chips and were swept away by the seal. Half a day later, another 2 light emissaries rushed over. They were Xingxiu and Yanghua. The two of them, who had a grudge against each other, coincidentally bumped into each other when they sensed the huge commotion. As the commotion was too huge, they were on guard. Hence, they came to a temporary consensus to investigate. 20 miles away, the two of them hid. Xingqiu was excited. The opportunity is right in front of us. Whether we can get a good ranking depends on this. He had searched for days, but had not even seen the shadow of a savage beast. Now that so many had arrived, he was elated. His arrogance had not changed. Even after being taught a lesson by Su Yu, it was hard to change. On the other hand, Yang Hua was much more cautious. He said seriously, "From the sounds, it seems like there are many savage beasts." He secretly took out the crystal chip and placed it between his fingers, ready to activate it at any time. With the two of us working together, we can hold our own against a master-level savage beast. There is no need to worry. Xingqiu was full of confidence. Rumble, rumble. Suddenly, the clouds moved, and a tide of savage beasts appeared. As soon as they appeared, a few Pathmaster-level savage beasts, skilled in controlling, attacked. The first to bear the brunt of the attack was a soul attack. Yang Hua and Xingqiu were caught off guard and suffered a soul attack. They immediately felt a splitting headache and lost consciousness. Following that was a petrification attack. Their bodies quickly hardened, hindering their movements. Not good. Xingqiu shouted, hurriedly trying to retrieve the crystal chip. However, her arm quickly stiffened, and she did not have the time to retrieve it. As for Yang Hua, he was lucky enough to have the crystal chip in his palm. After sensing the great danger, he immediately activated it. With a whoosh, Yang Hua was sent out of the fog forest. Only Xingqiu was petrified on the spot, his face filled with fear and despair. Following that was a freezing, binding, and other control-type attacks, making it impossible for him to escape. When the hundreds of savage beasts completely appeared and surrounded him, Xingqiu's face was as pale as a sheet, his heart beating wildly. At this moment, he was extremely regretful. He had been too conceited and underestimated the savage beasts, to the extent that he had not prepared a path of retreat. Ha 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 ha! I've finally caught one. The beast slave king heaved a sigh of relief, laughing heartily. All the light envoys he had met along the way were extremely cunning, retreating from the fog forest the moment they saw that the situation was not good. He had no way of dealing with them. This light envoys before him was too stupid. The beast slave king was overjoyed. He jumped off the savage beast, glaring at Xingqiu with a sinister smile. He took out an extremely sharp giant knife and cut off Xingqiu's limbs on the spot. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. Pitiful screams reverberated in the fog. Xingqiu was in excruciating pain from losing his limbs. Furthermore, he was petrified, unable to recover his body or suppress the pain. The continuous pain made him feel like he had fallen into hell. To be safe, we have to let the honorable light envoys suffer a little, the beast slave king said with a sinister smile. It wasn't easy for him to catch one, so he couldn't let him escape. Let's go, continue searching. The beast slave king waved his hands. The more light envoys they caught, the more bargaining chips they would have. After the horde of savage beasts, Xiaxiaye had a suspicious expression. Is that guy really a light envoys? With that kind of character, he would have been devoured by our 7 absolute literature long ago. Despite being in the fog forest, he was still so arrogant. Should he be described as young and arrogant, or ignorant and fearless? Su Yu's expression was indifferent. That is to be expected. A leopard cannot change its spots. Xingqiu had not learned his lesson from Su Yu, continuing to act in his own way. His retribution had come too quickly. Let's go. Xianhua should appear soon, Su Yu said. Unless Xianhua had already caught the divine deer of light, she would still be attracted here. After a few more days, almost 20% of the entire fog forest had been flattened by the horde of beasts. But there was still no sign of Xianhua. Su Yu remained calm, not panicking. After a few more days, more than half of the fog forest had been flattened. Even after almost 90% of the fog forest had been flattened, there was still no sign of Xianhua. Su Yu creased his brows. Is the central area of the fog forest special? He had left marks along the way, and realized that 90% of the flattened areas were the outer perimeter of the fog forest. Chapter 2302. That shadow beast lives in the central region. Xie Xiaoya's expression turned grave. She had the fortune to see the shadow beast once. At that time, the beast slave king had led dozens of beasts to conquer the other beasts. Along the way, they had coincidentally met the shadow beast hunting for food. The beast slave king could easily enslave beasts of the same level as the family master. However, when he saw the shadow beast, he ordered the beasts to retreat in fear. When the group of wild beasts encountered the shadow beast, they did not even dare to breathe loudly and trembled in fear. The power of the shadow beast was evident. It was the king of the entire fog forest. Therefore, the beast slave king did not dare to step into the central forest. However, at this moment, the entire fog forest was in vain. The beast slave king could only look towards the central forest. Could it be that the remaining light envoys dared to hide in the shadow beast's territory? The beast slave king was uncertain. With the ferocity of the shadow beast, once it entered its territory, it would be detected immediately. Moreover, the shadow beast had always treated intruders with the cruelest methods. Could it be that they have already retreated from the fog forest? The beast slave king pondered. Clatter! At this moment, the sounds of intense fighting and the sounds of people fleeing could be heard from the central forest. A moment later, the fog 5 kilometers away broke open, and two figures rushed out in a sorry state. One of them was Xianhua, and the other was Kong Chu. The two of them were fighting fiercely and were panting heavily. Their bodies were covered in mud and dust, looking extremely pathetic. Chu, how dare you betray me? Xianhua's face was filled with anger. There was a pitch-black, broken sword stuck in her back. Chu held the broken sword hilt in his hand and shouted, "If you are heartless, I will be unjust. Don't even think about escaping today." The two of them cursed at each other as they chased. Suddenly, they realized that they had lost sight of the tide of beasts. The two of them turned around hurriedly and rushed back into the central forest. The beast slave king was stunned. He did not expect the light envoys to fight each other. Only then did he come to his senses and shouted, "Chase them!" Roar! His eyes were filled with excitement. If he could get the remaining two light envoys, there would be no suspense in the negotiation. The horde of savage beasts charged into the forest. Xie Xiaoya could not wait any longer and was about to follow them. However, Su Yu pressed down on her shoulder. "Don't move." His tone was unusually solemn. Sensing that Su Yu's expression was not right, Xie Xiaoya asked, "What's wrong?" "Beware of any traps." Su Yu squinted his eyes. Putting aside the fact that Kong Chu's strength was thousands of miles lower than Xianhua's, how could he possibly ambush Xianhua and even stab her with his sword? Just the location of their dispute was completely unreasonable. This was the territory of the shadow beast, yet they were still arguing. Weren't they afraid of alerting the shadow beast? Moreover, both of them returned to the central forest in the end. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed like a trap, right? Sure enough, just as Su Yu was muttering the word deceit, a shrill shriek of a barbaric beast reverberated through the central forest. What followed was a series of blood-curdling screams, one after another, rising and falling. Those savage beasts that had rushed and were now rushing out in large numbers, as if they had encountered something extremely terrifying. The savage beasts that took the lead were drenched in the blood of other savage beasts, and they looked extremely terrified. Xie Xiaoya's heart thumped. Su Yu was right. She hid even more carefully, observing quietly. Of the hundreds of savage beasts that had rushed in, only 70 or so returned in the end. Moreover, as they were running away, they somehow fell down one after another, dying mysteriously. In the blink of an eye, another 20 or so savage beasts had died. This was a one-sided massacre, and no one knew how they had been killed. Look at their shadows. Su Yu's eyes were sharp, and he immediately noticed something strange. Xiaoya followed Su Yu's gaze, and her hair stood on end. Within the shadow of the tide of savage beasts, there was a human-shaped shadow with barbs all over its body. It looked ferocious and terrifying, like an evil spirit that had walked out from the depths of hell. It merged into the shadows of the savage beasts, and with a swipe of its sharp claws, it was able to kill one of the savage beasts. Shadow beast. Xiaoya's lips turned cold. The greatest talent of the shadow beast was that it could merge into the shadows of others and kill people through the shadows. It was impossible to guard against it. As the tide of savage beasts fled, leaving behind the corpses of the savage beasts along the way, two people with calm expressions walked out from the central forest. They were Xianhua and Kong Chu, who had been fighting each other just a moment ago. The two of them were methodically following behind the army of savage beasts, picking up the corpses. There was no sign of their previous hostility. Seeing this, Xiaoya thought to herself, Su Yu's foresight is incredible. These two people had clearly set this up. They had intentionally lured the army of savage beasts into the central forest and used the power of the shadow beasts to eliminate them, while they followed behind to take advantage of the situation. What a good plan! Xiaoya could not help but sigh at the courage of the two light envoys. They had actually dared to use the shadow beasts. This was no different from asking a tiger for its skin. Su Yu heaved a sigh of relief. It seems like Xianhua does not need our help. If this continued, Xianhua would definitely get more points than Su Yu. However, you might have to worry about the light envoys. Xiaoya looked at Kong Chu. At this rate, Kong Chu would also surpass Su Yu. In the end, Kong Chu would be in second place, and Su Yu would be in third place. Indeed. Su Yu frowned, thinking about what to do. Should he snatch Kong Chu's prey? Roar! Suddenly, something strange happened. A roar that was different from that of the other savage beasts entered everyone's ears. Su Yu and Xiaoya immediately chased after it. They discovered that the shadow beast had been forced out of the shadows and revealed its true form. It was surrounded by many savage beasts. After observing for a while, Su Yu discovered that some of the inconspicuous savage beasts had been engraved with ancient formations. These formations were maintained by the Path Master's blood of the savage beasts, and they were constantly in operation. However, the Beast Slave King had deliberately concealed them. At this moment, the Beast Slave King was riding on the back of a Family Master level savage beast. He stared at the shadow beast and said in a deep voice, "Since I dared to barge into your territory, I naturally have confidence. This beast blood, heart, annihilation formation is prepared for you." Ever since the first time he had seen the shadow beast, the Beast Slave King had been extremely wary of it. The beast's abilities were too powerful, and he had no choice but to be wary of it. Therefore, he had been secretly engraving this powerful beast blood heart destroying formation for the past few months. As long as it was activated successfully, there was a certain chance that the shadow beast's consciousness would be destroyed, and it would become the Beast Slave King's pet. Now that the shadow beast was chasing after them and had even chased them into the crowd of savage beasts, it was the best opportunity to activate it. As soon as the formation was activated, the shadow beast was forced out of the shadows. Unable to merge with the shadows, the threat of the shadow beast was greatly reduced. "Continue activating it," the Beast Slave King shouted. Immediately, the engraved formations appeared on the bodies of a few more savage beasts. The power of the formations suddenly increased. The shadow beast seemed to be enduring the invisible power of the formations. It roared in pain and fierceness, then pounced toward one of the savage beasts. However, a layer of invisible blood-red silk threads appeared in front of it, hindering its movement. Seeing this, The beast slave king's lips curled into a relaxed smile. But before long, the shadow beast released a black mist from its body, shattering the crimson threads. Then it bit down on one of the savage beasts that was protected by a formation. The savage beast shriveled at an alarming speed, like a deflated balloon. Soon, only its skin was left. After eating a savage beast, the shadow beast's ferocious aura did not decrease. Instead, it roared and pounced toward the beast slave king. The beast slave king was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly took out several ancient talismans and stuck them on his body, allowing the beast diagram to devour them. In an instant, the blood aura of the 10 savage beasts that had formations on their bodies overflowed from the surface of their bodies like raging flames. The 10 savage beasts roared in pain, but because of the talismans, they were unable to move. They could only watch as their Tao blood was burned away. The burning of their Tao blood caused the formation's power to increase exponentially. Those blood-colored threads that were invisible to the naked eye turned into solid chains that bound the shadow beasts that were pouncing over. Even so, the shadow beast was still extremely powerful. With its body alone, it carried 10 savage beasts and counterattacked crazily. The beast slave king was shocked. The beast slave king's scalp went numb, as expected of the shadow beast. The beast blood extermination formation, activated by burning the blood of 10 savage beasts, was still unable to trap it. At the critical moment, the beast slave king urged the other savage beasts to attack with their innate talents. When the attacks of 40 Pathmasters converged together, how terrifying would that be? However, the shadow beast was restrained, and its strength was greatly reduced. But it still managed to summon shadows all over its body to resist the attacks of all the savage beasts. It was not at a disadvantage at all. Xia Xiaoye, who was watching in secret, gasped, "This is simply invincible." She felt that even if Xia Yan were here, he might not be able to defeat this shadow beast. The two sides were fighting fiercely. Seeing that the shadow beast was so ferocious that it could not be subdued, the beast slave king gritted his teeth and sacrificed his path master's blood. His blood was very strange. In a single drop of blood, there are tens of thousands of beast shadows surging. Seeing this, Su Yu's pupils constricted. This is, in the memories of the demi-devils, he remembered that among the myriad races of the last era, there was a race that had gone extinct. Because this race was too vicious and murderous, they were besieged by the other races, and in the end they were wiped out. According to the records, during the peak of this clan, they ruled half of the great beginning realm. All the other clans had been reduced to slaves of this clan. They were enslaved, killed, and even turned into materials for their training. It was precisely because of this that they incurred the wrath of the people and the gods, and were overthrown by the 10,000 clans. Looking at the drop of blood, Su Yu could not help but think of that terrifying clan. However, this clan had been wiped out in the previous era. Moreover, after the previous era was destroyed and restarted, it should not have existed in the current era. Is it just him, or are there many of them? Su Yu felt a little uneasy. Wherever this clan appeared, blood would flow like a river. If it was just him, it would not be a big deal. However, if there were many of them, while he was thinking, the beast slave king had already flicked the drop of blood that contained tens of thousands of beast souls onto the head of the shadow beast. Chapter 2303. The shadow beast let out a mournful roar as it rolled on the ground. Wherever his body rolled past, any savage beast that he came into contact with would be turned into a mist of blood on the spot. As blood splattered, 7 or 8 wild beasts were crushed to death by the shadow beast. However, as time passed, the shadow beast's soul was severely injured, and its struggle became weaker and weaker. Finally, it stopped and lay on the ground, panting heavily, motionless. The beast slave king heaved a sigh of relief. The drop of blood he had sacrificed just now had turned his face as pale as a sheet of paper, and the patterns on his body were much fainter than before. It seemed like he had paid a high price for that drop of blood just now. However, he had finally subdued the shadow beast. Next, it's the turn of those two damned light envoys, the beast slave king said angrily. They had caused him to lose more than half of his wild beasts, and he would not let them go easily. Roar! Under his command, the remaining 40 wild beasts turned back and rushed into the central forest. Xian Hua and Kong Chu were collecting the corpses of the dead wild beasts. When they sensed that a large number of wild beasts had returned, their expressions changed. The shadow beast was defeated? How is this possible? Kong Chu could not believe it, as this did not go according to his plan. He looked at the unfinished corpses of the wild beasts on the ground reluctantly. Clenching his teeth, he took out the crystal chip and looked at Xian Hua. Xian Hua was a little hesitant, but she did not choose to give up. Instead, she quickly picked up a few more corpses, turned around and fled. When he sensed that the wild beasts were about to enter his sight, Kong Chu decisively gave up and left the mist forest. At that moment, a large number of wild beasts rushed into his sight. 7 or 8 types of control talents attacked him, restraining him. Fortunately, Kong Chu had activated the crystal chip in advance, and the restrictive power swept him away. Seeing this, the beast slave king roared angrily and stared in the direction that Xian Hua had left. Perhaps she was the only light envoys left. Go after her, the beast slave king shouted. At the same time, he ordered the wild beasts to collect all the wild beasts' corpses along the way, in case Xian Hua left after obtaining enough wild beasts. Su Yu and Xia Xiaoye observed from afar. The latter smiled. Man proposes, God disposes. Kong Chu has left. Su Yu was also quite surprised. The beast slave king was able to subdue the shadow beast and turn the tables once again, which was beyond his expectations. Based on the points that Xian Hua had just obtained, she should have gotten around 300 points, which was still slightly lower than Su Yu's. If it really doesn't work, I can just abandon some of the beasts and take the initiative to reduce some of my points. Su Yu analyzed the situation and chased after him. Xian Hua was very dissatisfied that she had not obtained the corpses of so many savage beasts. She flew back several times, but the crafty beast slave king had already collected the corpses. This was especially true for the unconscious shadow beast. As it had 500 points, the beast slave king kept a close watch on it. This forced Xian Hua to think of a way to hunt them again. Finally, after 5 days of chasing, Xian Hua had no choice but to attack the beast slave king's beasts. On this day, Xian Huaji unfurled a pair of wings and fled at an astonishing speed into the central forest, disappearing without a trace. The beast slave king was infuriated and could only lead a large group of savage beasts to blindly search the central forest. The central forest had been the territory of the shadow beasts for many years, and had long been modified by the shadow beasts to be suitable for their cultivation. Within the forest, there were shadows everywhere. Regardless of whether it was the other races or the savage beasts, they could not see beyond 5 li. Moreover, the terrain was very complicated. Jagged rocks of strange shapes were everywhere, twisting and turning, hindering the journey. Swoosh! All of a sudden, at a bend in the road, a doctrine artifact, level flying sword appeared without any warning and killed a savage beast that was leading the way. The beast slave king was not angry. Instead, he was delighted and shouted, "Attack forward!" Xian Hua's target was the corpses of the savage beasts. She must be hiding 5 li away, waiting to get the corpses of the savage beasts. However, just as the group of savage beasts was attacking, ropes of doctrine artifact level shot out from behind the group of savage beasts. With a swoosh, one of the savage beasts was pulled away. We have been tricked. The beast slave king reacted immediately. Xian Hua had purposely set up a trap in front of them to attract their attention. In fact, it was a diversion. Attack! The beast slave king ordered the savage beasts to turn around and attack behind them. However, with such a long period of time, Xianhua had already escaped with the wailing savage beast. That be *TCH. The beast slave king's face was gloomy and malevolent. Capture her at all costs! Under his gloomy face, his eyes flickered with a sneer that was hidden very deeply. He was like a cunning fox watching its prey gradually step into the trap. Next, the enraged beast slave king chased after Xianhua in the central forest. Xianhua used her understanding of the central forest and the 5-kilometer range to successfully ambush the savage beasts. 3 days later, Xianhua had successfully captured 7 to 8 savage beasts. Including the savage beasts she had captured previously, she was worth more than 400 points. However, Xianhua did not stop. Instead, she attacked more and more frequently. Helpless, the beast slave king continued to chase until he reached the center of the central forest. A pitch-black lake was at the center of the forest. Even though the surroundings were pitch black, the lake was so black that it glowed like a black pearl. Strange shadows were flowing in the lake, emitting an aura that made the savage beasts feel extremely uneasy. The nest of the shadow beasts. The beast slave king's heart tightened. However, when he remembered that the shadow beasts had been subdued, he forced himself to calm down. He scanned the surroundings and shouted, "Envoy of Radiance, there's no point in continuing to escape. Why don't we have a face-to-face battle? If you win, I'll give you all of the savage beasts' corpses. If you lose, I'll have to trouble you to be my hostage. How about that?" He had only wanted to test if Xianhua was nearby. He did not expect her to show herself so foolishly. Unexpectedly, from the shadows on the other side of the lake, a woman in an indifferent black robe with a faint smile on her face walked out. It was Xianhua. Sure. She actually agreed. Not only was the beast slave king not happy, he became even more wary. Judging from her various means, she was clearly a smart lady. Why would she make such a foolish decision? A fair battle. They had overwhelming strength. How could it be fair? However, it was for the best that the other party was willing to show herself and fight. He was afraid that the other party would crush the crystal and escape. How do we spar? The beast slave king asked. He thought that Xianhua would definitely suggest a fair method. However, to his surprise, Xianhua said, "I will fight all of you alone." The beast slave king's heart skipped a beat. He felt that something was amiss. The fact that the other party was willing to show herself was already a huge problem. Yet, she dared to fight them one by one. Something was amiss. Retreat! The beast slave king was decisive. He immediately ordered the savage beasts to retreat. Unexpectedly, Xianhua's lips curled up into a strange smile. "It took me so much effort to lure you all here. Don't you think it's too late for you to leave?" Gulu! Suddenly, a huge bubble emerged from the ink-black amber. Accompanied by a deafening roar, an even larger shadow beast emerged from the amber. Not only was it larger than before, the ferocious aura it exuded was also several times stronger than before. Shadow! Shadow beast? How can there be a second one? The beast slave king gasped. His scalp went numb. Xianhua composedly stroked the hair that was exposed to her chest and chuckled. Back then, only one shadow beast was put in, but it was a pregnant one. The one you killed was the baby. The mother has been cultivating here all this time. See, the one you killed previously was an underage shadow beast? Then the strength of this shadow beast, that's not right. Why didn't it attack you? The beast slave king could tell that something was amiss. After the shadow beast appeared, it did not care about Xianhua at all. Instead, it stared at them. Xianhua's smile deepened. "I forgot to tell you. This shadow beast came from my family. Yes, it used to be my family's guardian beast." As a shadow beast that had watched Xianhua grow up, it had long regarded Xianhua as its master. Why would it attack her? She had kept this information a secret. Even Kong Chu, who had fought alongside her, did not know about it. Suyu, who was observing in secret, was also shocked. The shadow beast came from Xianhua's family? However, this also solved his previous doubts. Why was Xianhua able to lure the small shadow beast out, but not attack herself? Moreover, she had dared to fight Kong Chu in the shadow beast's territory. She was not afraid that the shadow beast would attack her. It turned out that the shadow beast was raised by her family. However, she is already old and cannot leave this lake for too long. So, she could only try her best to lure all of you here, Xianhua said. The lake was filled with a large number of shadows. To the aged shadow beast, it was the best place to fight. The faces of the beast slave king and the others turned pale. On the other hand, Xianhua's pretty face looked ferocious under the shadow. Kill them all. Remember to leave their corpses intact. Roar. The mother shadow beast let out a low roar. It turned into a shadow and pounced forward. In an instant, several beasts died on the spot. Death was like a tide, quickly drowning the group of beasts. No matter how powerful they were, in front of the mother shadow beast, they were like sheep that were being slaughtered. In a few breaths, there were only 7 or 8 beasts left in the group of beasts. The beast slave king's life was in danger. Hee, accept your fate, beast slave king. Xianhua could already see the scene of the beast slave king being torn apart by the shadow beast. However, the beast slave king's face did not show any signs of panic. Instead, he laughed coldly. Little girl, when it comes to scheming, you are still lacking. Do you really think that you're the only one who knows how to set up traps? What? Xianhua's eyes turned serious. She immediately realized that something was wrong. Suddenly, she thought of the beasts that she had captured along the way. If it was a trap, they were the only ones that had a chance. Without hesitation, she took out the storage space that contained the corpses of the beasts and threw them away. However, the storage space exploded while it was still in the air. Chapter 2304. The blood that flew out contained strange runes. Xianhua retreated, but it was too late. Countless runes rushed out from the blood, surrounding Xianhua. Instantly, Xianhua felt as if she was being pressed down by a huge mountain. Her body became heavier and heavier until she could not move at all. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the beast slave king flew over and subdued Xianhua. At the same time, he placed a rune sword covered with beast runes on Xianhua's head. Make it stop. Xianhua bit her red lips, blaming herself. She was too careless. She should have first checked those savage beasts she had obtained. Now, she had been tricked, and all her efforts were in vain. Facing a life-threatening situation, Xianhua could only order the shadow beast to stop. Realizing that Xianhua was captured, the shadow beast roared angrily at the beast slave king, but did not dare to act rashly. Make it go away, the further the better. Xianhua could only do as she was told, ordering the shadow beast to go away. Confirming that it was safe, the beast slave king let out a long sigh of relief. He could not help but laugh heartily. Finally, I have successfully caught her, although the price was a little high. Looking at the remaining 4 or 5 savage beasts, the beast slave king felt his heart ache. Hundreds of savage beasts had been completely annihilated just to capture the woman in front of him. But the sacrifice was worth it. Xianhua was the second-ranked envoy of light. He believed that the Light Palace would be willing to pay any price to save her life. Beast slave king, what's the use of capturing me? Why don't you let me go, and I will ask the Light Palace to let you live. Xianhua said. The beast slave king snorted. Give me a way out, and then immediately give me a way out, right? Little girl, you are still too inexperienced to play word games with me. Xianhua was silent, falling into the hands of a cunning enemy. It was very unlikely that she would be able to escape with words. After capturing 2 envoys of light, the beast slave king was reassured. Once the divine deer hunt was over, he could negotiate with the Light Palace. Just as he let out a sigh of relief, Suddenly, an incomparably sharp sword chi swept over without warning. The few savage beasts guarding the Beast Slave King were caught off guard and were killed by the sword chi. The sudden change caused the Beast Slave King to turn pale with fright, and he hurriedly dodged. He had managed to escape, but in order to protect him, the other savage beasts were all killed. The Beast Slave King's face was drenched in blood, making his horrified expression look even more ferocious. He continuously retreated a few steps, one hand holding Starfall, the other holding Xianhua. He shouted, "Stop, or they will die immediately!" In his opinion, the person who made the move was none other than the Emissary of Light, right? With two of his companions in his hands, the other party would definitely hold back. "Let him die, I don't care." Su Yu and Xia Xiaoya walked out of the pitch-black shadows. "Bitch, it's you." The Beast Slave King immediately saw Xia Xiaoya and angrily scolded. If not for Xia Xiaoya's betrayal, he wouldn't have risked his life to capture the Emissary of Light. Xia Xiaoya was silent. She leaned against Su Yu's back with complicated feelings, not looking directly at the Beast Slave King's eyes. No matter what, he had saved his life. "I can't believe I'm not surprised," Xianhua said calmly as she looked at Su Yu. This was not the first time Su Yu had done something like the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The Beast Slave King felt strange. They clearly knew each other, which meant they were definitely the Emissary of Light. How could they not care about their companions' lives? Seeing Su Yu approaching, the Beast Slave King shouted, "Stop! If you take another step forward, one of them will die." Su Yu shrugged. "Even if both of them die, it doesn't matter." "Really?" The Beast Slave King didn't believe him. "You really don't need to waste your time. He is not the Emissary of Light, but someone who participated in the martial arts competition with his own strength," Xianhua said calmly. The Beast Slave King suddenly felt very uneasy. "Does this mean they can kill me without hesitation?" Suddenly, the Beast Slave King turned to look at the Beast Slave King beside Su Yu and said, "Even if you don't care about these two, you should care about that bitch's life, right?" Su Yu stopped in his tracks. His eyes turned slightly as he said, "Are you trying to tell me that you placed a seal on her body?" After confirming that Su Yu really cared about Xia Xiaoya's life, the Beast Slave King laughed sinisterly. "I don't know how to place seals, but I can place a few beast talismans without anyone noticing." As he spoke, the Beast Slave King started chanting an extremely obscure spell. Xia Xiaoya, who was expressionless, suddenly felt a heart-wrenching pain. She clutched her chest tightly, her face contorted in pain. After chanting it once, the Beast Slave King stopped and laughed. "Do I need to confirm it again?" Xia Xiaoya's pain was slightly relieved, but her face was still pale. She said in a low voice, "I have never eaten or drunk anything you gave me." The Beast Slave King laughed. "Of course it was when I saved you for the first time. When I helped you, I patted you on the back lightly. So it was that time. You should have seen the power of my beast talismans." The Beast Slave King's lips curled into a mocking smile. Hearing that, Xia Xiaoya felt a chill run down her spine. The Beast Slave King's beast talismans could make those wild beasts wish they were dead. Moreover, he could decide their life and death with just a thought. "You used a beast talisman on me from the very beginning. Why did you do this?" Xia Xiaoya shouted. Since he had saved her life, why did he have to do this? "What do you think?" The Beast Slave King laughed evilly as he looked at Xia Xiaoya's beautiful body. Of course it was because of her beauty. Xia Xiaoya was disgusted. She asked, "Then you saved me. Of course I planned it. Unfortunately, my heroic act did not move you." The Beast Slave King was regretful. After learning the truth, Xia Xiaoya was furious. Despicable. She had always regarded the Beast Slave King as her savior and had worked hard for him until now. In the end, it was all a lie. "Haha, as long as I can live, The process is not important. The Beast Slave King did not care. He looked at Suyu and said, "Human, this woman is yours. Similarly, don't interfere with me." "How about that?" Suyu's eyes were calm. "How about that? You want to die together with me?" The Beast Slave King's heart tightened. If Suyu did not care about Xiaoxiao's life, he would really die here today. Fortunately, Suyu shook his head. "I have 2 conditions. First, take out the Beast Talisman. Second, let go of a hostage." The Beast Slave King could agree to the first condition, but he had to hesitate for the second. "Don't bargain with me. Otherwise, even if Xiaoxiao dies, I will kill you." Suyu's calm eyes were filled with bone-chilling coldness. The Beast Slave King could not help but shudder. He had seen many murderous gazes in his life, but very few could make him shudder. The seemingly calm gaze in front of him was one of them. "All right, I agree." The Beast Slave King recited an incantation. A blood-red palm appeared behind Xiaoxiao. In the middle of the palm was a wriggling beast's head. It was the Beast Talisman. Then he threw Starfall on the ground, indicating that he would let her go. Starfall was overjoyed. She felt relieved, as if she had just walked past the gates of hell. However, the next moment, Suyu's words made her feel like she had fallen into an ice cellar. "I want the other one." The Beast Slave King was immediately displeased. It was obvious that Xianhua was more valuable as a bargaining chip. Moreover, he had paid a huge price to capture Xianhua. How could he let her go so easily? "If you are not willing, I will come and take it myself." Suyu swung the sword in his hand. Only then did the Beast Slave King realize that Xiaoxiao had broken free from his control. Suyu could kill him directly. Left with no other choice, the Beast Slave King could only throw Xianhua aside and grab Starfall. Starfall, who had just been freed, fell back into the Beast Slave King's demonic clutches. He was so angry that he spat out blood. "Human, I, Starfall, will never forgive you." As his voice faded away, Starfall was dragged away by the Beast Slave King. The huge storm had finally come to an end. Suyu looked at Xianhua. Without a word, he released him from his restraints and left with Xiaoxiao. Xianhua was free, a hint of confusion in her eyes. A few days later, the deer hunt ended. The entrance to the seal reopened, and Suyu and Xianhua left. Outside, Deputy Palace Master Liu, Kongchu, Yanghua, and Zheng Yuan were already waiting. Seeing Xianhua come out, Deputy Palace Master Liu smiled. "How was the harvest?" "Not bad," Xianhua said calmly. Deputy Palace Master Liu glanced at Suyu, then ignored him and continued looking at the entrance. "Deputy Palace Master, there is no need to wait." "Starfall has fallen into the hands of a criminal," Xianhua said. Deputy Palace Master Liu's eyes turned cold. "What is the criminal's goal?" "To negotiate." Deputy Palace Master Liu's expression eased. There had been many similar criminals in the past, so it was fine as long as the hostages were safe. "Okay, we will send someone to deal with it later." Deputy Palace Master Liu smiled again. "Now, show us your harvest from the deer hunt." Zheng Yuan, Yanghua, Huangyang, and Qingling lowered their heads. Having escaped empty-handed, they were too embarrassed to speak. Kongchu took out 7 or 8 wild beasts. Deputy Palace Master Liu was satisfied. Not bad, a total of 200 points. Compared to the other 4, who had not gained anything, Kongchu's harvest was quite generous. "What about Xianhua?" Deputy Palace Master Liu looked expectantly. Xianhua had taken out dozens of wild beasts that had been hunted. Many of the wild beasts' corpses had been mutilated beyond recognition. Xianhua had taken away everything that could be brought back. 1,400 points. Deputy Palace Master Liu looked gratified. Xianhua had not let them down. The onlookers gasped in surprise. as expected of Xianhua. It's not surprising that she has obtained so many points. First place is definitely hers. Hee, I'm curious to see how much that powerful human has gained. Deputy Palace Master Lu looked at Suyu and asked calmly, "What about you?" She did not care about Suyu at all. She felt that he had just barely reached the deer hunt. Suyu took out his harvest, including Xie Xiaoye's 700 points. Deputy Palace Master Lu was astonished. Even Kong Chu had 200 points. How did this person get it? Those who knew the situation mocked him. Oh, only 700 points. Seeing how this human challenged all the light envoys alone, I thought he would get first place. You finally know your place, don't you? Xianhua pursed her lips when she heard the mocking. Only she knew that if Suyu wanted to get first place, he would have done so long ago. Chapter 2305. Vice Palace Master Lu was confused. What did he mean by challenging all the light envoys? Why was everyone mocking him? The nameless youth in front of him was already very impressive. He had scored 700 points. Furthermore, they had intentionally increased the difficulty of this divine deer hunt. According to the estimates, the first place would have passed if he had scored more than 500 points. Suyu's 700 points had far exceeded their expectations. In the previous years, he would have definitely been first place. Shut up. What right do you have to laugh at him? Vice Palace Master Lu felt that it was ridiculous. A group of people who had not even scored a single point were laughing at someone with 700 points. She was extremely disappointed. If this year's light envoys were all narrow-minded people who only looked at the shortcomings of others and ignored themselves, it would be difficult for them to achieve greatness in the martial path. Such people would never have the chance to enter an 8-star civilization. Only then did the surroundings quiet down. Vice Palace Master Lu said, "Now that the results of the divine deer hunt are out, we can announce the rankings." Only Xianhua, Suyu, and Kong Chu had scored. Everyone else had scored 0 points. Was there any objection to such a ranking? Suyu heaved a sigh of relief. Although there had been many twists and turns, his plan had gone smoothly. He had successfully obtained second place. He felt that this was much more tiring than obtaining first place. First place. Vice Palace Master Lu was about to announce when a crisp, heavenly sound came from the exit of the seal. The crowd looked over and saw a snow-white deer, draped in a holy glow, calmly walking out of the fog forest. Divine light deer. Although the crowd had seen it many times, they could not help but be amazed by its beauty. Suyu looked at it curiously. Unexpectedly, the divine light deer was also looking at him. Moreover, it moved its hooves and walked towards him. At that moment, Suyu had a bad feeling. He quietly moved to the left, but the divine light deer followed Suyu's direction, all the way in front of him. Under countless gazes, the divine light deer intimately rubbed against Suyu's sleeves, then knelt down in front of him. What? The divine light deer acknowledged him? That can't be. The divine light deer is a proud divine beast. It would only kneel to the great palace master. Why would it bow to a junior? My eyes must be playing tricks on me. Vice Palace Master Lu also sucked in a breath of cold air. He couldn't believe such a thing had happened. However, this was only the beginning. The next scene caused everyone to be petrified on the spot. The stripes on the radiant's divine deer's body floated away from its body. Inside the stripes, ancient secret scriptures were spinning. They surrounded Suyu, allowing him to choose for himself. Pass on the technique. Everyone was shocked. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Throughout history, the light divine deer, who had only imparted its techniques to the first palace master, was actually imparting its techniques to a nameless junior. However, what made them feel like they were dreaming was that the human youth who was being imparted the technique actually didn't even spare them a glance. He even waved his hand in disdain and said, I don't need it. Give it to someone else. Give it to someone else. If it was someone else. All right, the whole place was dead silent, and only Su Yu's words were echoing in the snowy mountains. Su Yu had actually rejected the divine deer of light's teachings. They couldn't believe their ears. What the radiant divine deer passed down was different from the cultivation methods of the outer realms. It was an ancient cultivation method that had been passed down since the last century. Once he succeeded in his cultivation, he would definitely become a heaven master in the future. No one could understand why Su Yu would refuse. Did he not understand the significance of the divine deer's imparting techniques? Deputy Palace Master Lu felt as if something was stuck in his throat, and he couldn't even breathe. After a long while, he anxiously said, "Human, quickly accept it." But Su Yu turned a deaf ear. Not only did he not accept it, but he also moved away, chasing the divine deer away. "Don't come near me. Go away." The ultimate goal of the deer was the divine deer of light. Once it chose to impart its techniques to someone, it meant that whoever successfully captured it would be rewarded with 1,000 points. Su Yu currently had 700 points. Adding another 1,000 points would make him 1,700 points, far surpassing Xian Hua's 1,400 points. He would undoubtedly become the champion. If that was the case, where did his deer antlers come from? He couldn't possibly cut off a section of the divine deer's head in front of everyone, could he? Finally, Deputy Palace Master Lu came to his senses. He was furious. "You're crazy. Quickly accept the imparting." "You don't want it, but we do. Can't you just give it to someone else after accepting the imparting technique?" The divine deer imparting techniques was an opportunity that hadn't appeared in tens of thousands of years. But Su Yu had his own difficulties. He was impersonating someone from the Palace of Light. Once he accepted the imparting technique, would he be able to leave? No matter what, the Palace of Light would make him stay and demand the imparting technique, exposing his identity. He might even end up like Xia Xiaoye, treated as a criminal and thrown into the mist forest. Hence, Su Yu firmly rejected the imparting technique. Finally, after a few rejections, the divine deer retracted the imparting technique in disappointment. But it still followed Su Yu closely, unwilling to leave. Deputy Palace Master Lu was furious. "Why don't you accept it?" he asked. It was rare that the divine deer wanted to impart techniques. Who knew when the next time would be? "I don't want it. Is this an acceptable answer?" Su Yu said calmly, "Let's return to the topic at hand." Deputy Palace Master Lu felt his heart bleed. It was as if he had accidentally missed out on billions of Dao coins. She looked at the divine deer with a pained expression. "First place in the deer race, human. Second place, Xianhua. Third place, Kongqiu. The rest are tied for fourth place." First place indeed. Su Yu's face was filled with tears. He only wanted to be second place. Why was it so difficult? "Moo!" The divine deer ran over and rubbed against Su Yu's calf. Su Yu was furious. He raised his leg and kicked the divine deer, sending it tumbling to the ground. Wasn't this the fault of the divine deer? He didn't come out earlier or later. He just had to come out at the last moment. Insolence. Suddenly, several powerful auras, far stronger than those of the masters, descended, oppressing Su Yu. Swish, swish, swish. Several gray-robed elders appeared, glaring at Su Yu. How dare he treat the divine beast of the Palace of Light like this? Moo! But the divine deer turned around and stood in front of Su Yu, hinting that the elders should not bully Su Yu. Without a doubt, those elders were the ones who had been protecting the divine deer in secret. Seeing that the divine deer was being bullied, they had immediately appeared. In the end, the divine deer had sided with that person, leaving them with no place to vent their anger. The group of light envoys looked on with fury. There was no justice in this world. Everyone in the world wanted the divine deer's imparting technique, but it did not care. Su Yu had treated it so badly, but it had taken the initiative to stick to him. It was truly infuriating to compare oneself to others. Vice Palace Master Lu was also full of resentment. He took out the prizes and handed them out to Su Yu and the other two. Looking at the 100 million Dao coins and a portion of absolute beginning energy, Su Yu was disheartened. He had worked for nothing. Goodbye. Displeased, he left with Xie. Wait. Vice Palace Master Lu stopped him. Please stay and cooperate with the Palace of Light. Su Yu's gaze sharpened. What is it? Vice Palace Master Lu looked at the divine deer. Please contact the divine deer again and accept its imparting technique. The few elders who were taking care of the light divine deer also looked at Su Yu fervently. Perhaps feeling that his tone was too harsh, Vice Palace Master Lu's expression softened. Don't worry, after this is done, I guarantee that you will receive an unimaginable reward. As a member of the Palace of Light, he indeed had the right to say such words. But Su Yu understood that if he agreed, he would never be able to leave the Palace of Light. Just as he was thinking about how to escape, a pitiful squeal came from the entrance of the fog forest. At that moment, everyone's gaze was drawn over. The Beast Slave King was leading a group of injured beasts as they charged out from the entrance. One of his hands was gripping someone's neck. It was Starfall. His other hand was holding a bone sword, which he pierced into Starfall's thigh. Starfall screamed in agony. Vice Palace Master, save me. Starfall saw that Vice Palace Master Lu and the others were outside and saw hope. Vice Palace Master Lu narrowed his eyes. Sinner, let go of the light envoy. Otherwise, you will die even faster. The Beast Slave King snorted. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? If you don't want him to die, prepare a fast ship for us. Otherwise, even if I die, he won't have an easy time. However, both Vice Palace Master Lu and the few old men remained unmoved. Instead, they stared at the Beast Slave King with pity. Before the start of the martial arts contest, the great Palace Master had warned them that it would be more dangerous this time around. Moreover, Starfall's ranking among the light envoys was not high. There was a high chance that he would not be able to become an 8-star civilization. His value was not enough for the Palace of Light to compromise with a criminal. Get ready. Vice Palace Master Lu raised his hand and released an extremely dangerous domain. The elders surrounded him expressionlessly. They did not care about Starfall's life at all. Starfall's heart fell back into the dark abyss. Vice Palace Master Lu, you can't do this. I don't want to die. Vice Palace Master Lu said indifferently, Starfall, the duty of the Light Envoy is to contribute to the Palace of Light. Go in peace. The Palace of Light will take good care of your family. With that, Vice Palace Master Lu attacked without hesitation, killing Starfall together with him. The Beast Slave King flew into a rage. The Light Envoy that he had painstakingly captured turned out to be useless trash. He used his hand as a shield and threw him out. Starfall only had time to curse before she was obliterated in both body and soul. The Beast Slave King roared, and the beast diagrams on his body started to roar. The injured, savage beasts that he brought along with him exploded one after another. Countless strands of blood splashed out and weaved into a giant net, instantly sealing the space within a radius of 100 miles. The Beast Slave King did not place all his hopes on the Light Envoy. He had a backup plan. This blood formation could suppress them for the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn. Although it was not enough to escape from the Palace of Light, it could still temporarily escape from this place. Damn it! This is the formation of the ancient giant clan. The Beast Slave King is a descendant of the ancient giant clan. An elder recognized the formation and was shocked and scared. Hurry up, we can't let him escape. Otherwise, if he finds his companions, the Palace of Light will be in danger. Several people worked together and finally broke the formation. Just as they were about to give chase, Vice Palace Master Lu noticed that one person was missing. Damn it! That human also took the opportunity to escape. Split into two, Chase. Vice Palace Master Lu was furious. They had really suffered a double loss. Chapter 2306. They had lost a light emissary, and at the same time, Suyu and the descendant of the ancient giant clan had escaped. Then why did the human run? The elders were astonished. If ordinary people knew that the Palace of Light was going to put them in an important position, wouldn't they go crazy with their wisdom? With these words, Deputy Palace Leader Lu began to suspect. Speaking of which, this person has never shown his true appearance. Could it be that he is not someone of my light palace? Men, bring me his token to enter the martial path, heavenly palace. Soon, someone brought the token over. There was a Wang word on it, indicating that he was a member of the Wang clan. Wait, I recognize this token's aura. It's Wang Juyang's. Zhang Yuan immediately recognized it and exclaimed. Wang Juyang had a good relationship with Zhang Yuan. They often trained together, and he had seen his identity token many times. He naturally recognized it at a glance. Wang Juyang's? Vice Palace Master Lu's face was filled with anger. Wang Juyang had already been killed. Why would he come to participate in the martial arts championship with his face covered? According to the bounty at the border, the murderer is most likely a silver-haired human from the Nightless Kingdom. Another insider provided a clue. Silver hair human race? Isn't that Suyu? Instantly the crowd became excited. Not only did he kill their envoy of light, he even pretended to be a member of the Radiant Palace and swaggered into a top-notch gathering. Not only that, but he had also single-handedly defeated all the heaven's pridelings of the Palace of Light, causing the emissary of light to suffer an indelible humiliation. What was even more outrageous was that he had obtained first place in the martial arts competition. If word got out that the first place of the Palace of Light was taken by an outsider, and that outsider had even received the teachings of the Light Divine Deer, the Palace of Light would become the laughingstock of the world. A thick sense of humiliation lingered in everyone's heart. It must not have been arranged by the Yi Kingdom. A warrior prefers death to humiliation. This is intolerable bullying. Let's kill our way back. Tens of thousands of martial artists unleashed their wrath. Vice Palace Master Lu was infuriated and felt deeply humiliated. However, she was still relatively calm. She said in a deep voice, "It's going to be a grand meeting soon. It's not a good time to go to war with the Nightless Kingdom. The most important thing now is to capture the silver-haired human who escaped." After placating the crowd, Vice Palace Master Lu personally led a group of people to hunt down Suyu. The other elders chased after Starfall. The group of experts split into two groups and quickly launched their pursuit. Suyu took advantage of the chaos to escape with Xiaxia. After arriving at a safe area, he split up with Xiaxia and agreed to meet at the border of the Nightless Empire. At the moment, Suyu was too big of a target. If Xiaxia followed him, it would be even more dangerous. He sped towards the border alone, not even hesitating to use his space domain to jump through space. However, a pair of gigantic wings was still hot on his tail. It was so fast that it wasn't any slower than spatial jumps. Suyu furrowed his brows, stopped in his tracks, and stared at the newcomer. Whoosh! The newcomer was obviously Xianhua. She folded her wings and descended like a white cloud, landing 10,000 feet away from Suyu. A cold intent lingered in Suyu's eyes. If Xianhua continued to follow him and provide his location to the Bright Light Palace at any time, it would be bad. He had no choice but to capture Xianhua first. "If I have bad intentions, you won't be able to leave the Holy City of Light," Xianhua said calmly. She retracted her aura and didn't intend to attack. Indeed, Xianhua was one of the few people who noticed Suyu's escape. If she had warned Deputy Palace Master Lu and the others, it would have been difficult for Su Yu to escape. So, is Envoy Xian Hua here to teach me? Su Yu couldn't understand Xian Hua's intentions. Xian Hua didn't say a word. She took out a reward, which was the reward for the second place. I think you might need these rewards, Xian Hua said. Others might not know. But Xian Hua could tell that Su Yu was trying his best to become the second place. Her goal was obviously the reward for the second place, the antler of the divine light deer. You need the reward for the second place, and I need the reward for the first place. Maybe we can exchange. Xian Hua stated a condition that Su Yu couldn't refuse. Without hesitation, Su Yu took out 100 million Tao coins and a portion of absolute beginning energy and threw them over. Xian Hua's face lit up, and she threw the antler of the divine light deer over as well. The exchange was a success. Su Yu felt strange. He had never expected the antler of the divine light deer to fall into his hands in such a way. Thanks, Su Yu said. He could tell that Xian Hua didn't want the reward for the first place. Her real motive was to help him. Thank you, although it's a bit late. Xian Hua also expressed her gratitude. Without Su Yu saving her from the hands of the beast slave king, the outcome would have been unimaginable. So, she had actually come all the way to thank him. Same to you. Then I'll take my leave. Su Yu prepared to leave. Xian Hua said calmly, the borders have been sealed. Where do you think you're going? Su Yu looked at Xian Hua, waiting for her to continue. This is for you. You might be able to use it in the Tongxin Pass. Xian Hua took out a handkerchief. The handkerchief still had her faint body fragrance, and there was a pair of mandarin ducks embroidered on it. However, it wasn't an ordinary handkerchief. It was a treasure for identification. It was a faintly discernible Xian character that was floating between the two mandarin ducks. Xian Hua threw the handkerchief at Su Yu and left without looking back. Before she left, she said calmly, If you get caught, don't tell anyone that you've seen me. Of course. Su Yu smiled and grabbed the handkerchief. Half a month later, the entire Palace of Light was searching for Su Yu. There were patrolling soldiers holding Su Yu's portrait in every city and official road, searching everywhere. Su Yu had no choice but to set off from a remote route. He could have reached the Tongxin Pass in 7 or 8 days, but he spent half a month to reach it. Hiding outside the Tongxin Pass, Su Yu took out the handkerchief and pondered. Who should he give it to? Unexpectedly, he had just taken it out when the Xian character on the handkerchief shook rapidly. Then, a general in armor flew out from the Tongxin Pass. He looked around carefully, and with the Xian character on his palm, he slowly walked in Su Yu's direction. Su Yu's heart shook, and he stood up quietly. The general was shocked, staring at Su Yu suspiciously. You're not from the Xian family, are you? Su Yu walked out from the shadows, revealing his real face. The general was shocked. It's you. Strangely, he didn't attack. Instead, he nodded. My mistress has already informed me. Put this on and follow me. As he spoke, he took out a soldier's armor, which he had prepared beforehand, and asked Su Yu to put it on. The other party had prepared everything. Su Yu put it on and turned into a soldier of the Palace of Light. Led by the general of the Xian family, he slowly walked into the Tongxin Pass. Inside the Tongxin Pass, there was a sizable military camp, and officers of various ranks were shuttling back and forth. But no one suspected Su Yu. A moment later, he successfully passed through the military camp and stood at the exit of the Tongxin Pass. The general of the Xian family pointed to a dense forest outside the pass. There is a speedboat there, enough for you to quickly leave the border. Su Yu sighed inwardly. To be honest, Xian Hua wasn't very likable. Sometimes she was arrogant, and sometimes she was ruthless. But she had her own bright side. She knew how to repay kindness. There was no such thing as an eternal bad person, and there was no such thing as an absolute good person. Thank you. Suyu cupped his fists and was about to leave when a speedboat suddenly flew over from outside the Tongshin Pass, brushing past Suyu and Xianhua. Suyu didn't dare look at it directly, but glanced at it from the corner of his eye. Unexpectedly, this glance caused Suyu's expression to change slightly. He actually saw Bai Yunhongxian, the daughter of the number 1 family in the 7 unique civilizations. If she was here, wouldn't that mean that the golden-eyed Lang Jun was nearby as well? But why would she rush over from the territory of the Nightless Empire? Who is that person? Suyu asked. The general of the Xian family shook his head, cautiously. It has nothing to do with you. Don't ask too much. Leave quickly. Suyu's heart was filled with suspicion, and he felt a little uneasy. The golden-eyed Lang Jun was an experienced schemer who was adept at setting up plots, and he was extremely ambitious. Wherever he appeared, there would definitely be a bloodbath. With a slight sense of uneasiness, Suyu quickly left for the agreed location, ready to meet up with Xiaxiaye. But when Suyu arrived, all that was left was the intense traces of a fight, and there was no sign of Xiaxiaye. Oh no! Suyu looked around. Xiaxiaye had been reported by the golden-eyed Lang Jun, and she was already a wanted criminal in the Nightless Empire. If she was discovered by the people of the Nightless Empire, it was inevitable that they would arrest her. Wasn't her luck a little too bad? She could even meet people of the Nightless Empire at the border. Luckily, from the traces of a fight, Xiaxiaye hadn't been captured alive. She must have escaped. After confirming the direction in which they had escaped, Suyu quickly chased after them. Several hours later, he finally found them at the border of the Nightless Empire. Xiaxiaye was currently surrounded by 5 figures. 2 of the figures were attacking her from all sides, while the other 3 were holding the line for her. Suyu couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the 5 of them. Wasn't the Nightless Empire a little too small? He had actually encountered them again. The man and woman in the middle were the 2 people Suyu had met when he had first arrived at the Nightless Empire. Suyu still remembered the woman's unruly behavior. Those 3 old men were the ones who had been secretly protecting her. In terms of cultivation, even if the 2 of them joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for Xiaxiaye. But Xiaxiaye was in a very bad state at the moment. Not only were there injuries all over her body, but she had also been placed with several seals. Her cultivation had been suppressed to the level of an ordinary pathmaster, and she couldn't even use the realm. Apart from having an advantage in terms of physique, she was at a disadvantage in every other aspect. Haha, this is interesting. Princess Qian Yu laughed heartily, enjoying the feeling of being crushed. The ordinary-looking man beside her complimented, "We are very lucky to have encountered a fugitive." Originally, they had prepared to come to the border to train and spy. But when they saw a sneaky woman crossing the border and entering the territory of the Nightless Empire, they mistook her for a spy from the Palace of Light and took the initiative to attack. Unexpectedly, the other party was the pirate leader who had escaped some time ago. The 2 of them were overjoyed. Chapter 2307. Xiaxiaye struggled to hold on, complaining incessantly. If one was unlucky, even cold water would get stuck between the gaps of one's teeth. Ever since she came to the colored glaze civilization, nothing good had happened. First, she was captured into the mist forest as prey. Finally, she was rescued by Suyu, only to be captured as a trial target. The cultivation of the 2 people in front of her was not worth mentioning, but they had an endless supply of doctrine artifact, divine embryos, and talismans. To her, whose cultivation and domain were both sealed, it caused her considerable pain. What made her feel even more aggrieved and pained was that she would be fine if she only defended herself. If she dared to fight back against the 2 of them, the 3 old fellows would definitely deal a heavy blow to her. She had become a living target, suffering unspeakably. Seeing that the unruly woman's attacks were getting heavier, Xiaxiaye could not take it anymore. She used her strong physique to block the sword strike. The doctrine artifact, divine embryo, was sent flying by Xiaoxiao's arm, hitting the woman's face. The woman was caught off guard. Her nose and mouth were bleeding from her own sword, and she squatted on the ground in pain. The 3 old fellows immediately pounced forward. One of them protected the woman, while the other 2 kicked Xia Xiaoya away like she was a straw doll. Xia Xiaoya rolled a few times in the air, clutching her abdomen as she groaned in pain on the ground. Her pale forehead was covered with beads of sweat. She looked like she was in extreme pain. "Kill her!" As if she felt that she had lost face, the woman flew into a rage out of humiliation and spoke with a sharp and ear-piercing tone. The 2 old men were not hesitant, preparing to kill her on the spot. Su Yu saw this and shook his head secretly. That unruly woman was as annoying as ever. Swoosh! Since Xia Xiaoya was in trouble, he naturally could not stand by and watch. A long-sword fox swept out, causing the 2 old men, who were prepared to kill her, to turn around immediately. Together with the other old man, the 3 patriarch-level powerhouses acted at the same time, blocking the sword fox outside. "How dare you sneak attack us?" The unruly woman shouted angrily as she looked at the approaching human. Su Yu's eyes were indifferent. Without a word, his right arm turned into a dragon claw, and he swung it across the air. Immediately, a power that struck fear into the hearts of the 3 patriarch-level Tao Lords swept over like a powerful whirlwind. The 3 of them had to work together to dispel this power. Their eyes were filled with shock. The power of a single punch was enough to crush any one of them. If they really fought, the 3 of them would die within a few rounds. An expert. The human in front of him was definitely a top-notch expert. "Get lost!" Su Yu shouted coldly. The unruly woman raised her eyebrows and put her hands on her waist. "How dare you? Do you know who I am?" The 3 old men hurriedly covered her mouth and quickly brought her and the young man away. Even if the woman wasn't aware of Su Yu's power, how could they not know? If they really angered the other party, without any reinforcements, they would all die. The group of people fled in panic. Su Yu came in front of Xia Xiaoya and removed the seal on her body. As such, Xia Xiaoya immediately used the power of the Tao Lord in her body to heal her injuries, and the pain on her body was alleviated. "My abilities are still too weak." Xia Xiaoya was ashamed. She was too ashamed to look Su Yu in the eyes. He was saved by Su Yu once again. Su Yu stroked his chin and said, "At your level, I can't do anything to you." "Isn't it very difficult to increase your abilities?" "Yes, apart from increasing my cultivation, I can only increase the power of the realm." Xia Xiaoya sighed helplessly. Her abilities were considered top-notch in the 7 unique civilizations, but in the colored glaze civilization, she was only considered mediocre. "I might not be able to help you increase your cultivation at the Tao Lord level for now, but I can still help you with the realm." Su Yu took out a pot of absolute beginning energy. Seeing this, Xia Xiaoya was shocked. "Primordial Qi? You. Where did you get it? This is a rare treasure that can only be found by chance. Just use it well." Su Yu handed it over. Xia Xiaoya was surprised and delighted, but her emotions were very complicated. After a long silence, she seemed to have made up her mind. She let out a long sigh and said, "I don't know if I can repay you for saving my life twice in this lifetime. In the future, if you want me to do anything for you, just say it. I'm already yours." She said it casually, but the veins on Su Yu's forehead throbbed. "Don't say things that will cause misunderstandings." Xia Xiaoya was stunned. Only then did she realize the ambiguity in her words. She said mischievously, "I didn't say anything wrong. I'm serious. I'm already yours. You can do anything for me." As she spoke, she began to take off her clothes. Su Yu was both angry and amused. "Don't talk nonsense. Let's return to the imperial city of the Sleepless Empire. Looking at the time, it should be about time for the banquet." After some thought, Suyu took out 2 invitations and handed the old man's invitation to Xiaoya. Just nice, I have 2. All of a sudden, Suyu realized that the old Taoist priest's invitation card had a holy and pure aura. This aura was exactly the same as the light divine deer's. He had always wondered why the light divine deer chose him out of everyone else, and even took the initiative to impart techniques to him. Looking at the invitation, Suyu had a vague guess in his heart. Could it be that the light divine deer sensed the invitation and mistook Suyu for someone else? Who is that old man? Suyu asked doubtfully. The light divine deer had lived for almost half an era. It had existed since the time of the first palace master of the Bright Palace. Its origins had always been a mystery. For the light divine deer to react to the old man's invitation, who could the old man be? Before we return, let's stop by a place, Suyu said. Several days later, on the snowy peak, Suyu and Xiaoya stood side by side. What are we doing here? It's desolate and uninhabited. Xiaoya looked around at the empty snowy peak. But Suyu was shocked. Where's the temple? Where's the old man? There was nothing on the snowy peak. Even if the temple had been moved, there shouldn't be no traces. But the truth was that there was nothing, not even a speck of dust. From the scene, it didn't look like there had been any traces of a temple being built. For a moment, Suyu wondered if he had come to the wrong place. But there was no mistake. This was where the temple was. Could it all have been a dream? Suyu couldn't help but doubt himself. But the real invitation in his hand and the vivid memory told him that it was not a dream. Why did people die? Suyu recalled the old man's question in his mind. He was inexplicably curious. Who was the old man? With unanswered questions, Suyu returned to the imperial city of the Sleepless Empire. It just so happened that the banquet would begin in a few days. Once the banquet was over, he would focus on finding the time-fixing plate. He had already predicted that the time-fixing plate might not be easy to find. It would be best to strengthen his own cultivation. Suyu immediately decided to go into seclusion to digest the antler of the light divine deer and complete the soul transformation. Go into seclusion with peace of mind. I'll guard you, Xiaoya said. With her around, Suyu felt much more at ease. After setting up a seal on the spot, he began the soul transformation. First, he mixed the antler and a few other ingredients into a snow-white spiritual liquid. After swallowing it, an incomparably gentle energy entered his body and seeped into his soul continuously. That comfortable feeling made Suyu moan a few times in comfort. 90% of his soul transformation was rapidly transformed under the nourishment of the snow-white spiritual liquid. Golden spots of light expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. 2 days later, his soul shone with a golden radiance. Suyu also had a feeling that his soul was expanding. His soul had reached the limit of soul transformation and was about to complete the final transformation into a soul transformation. With a thought, he was about to transform his soul into soul transformation. Suddenly, the green stone slab in his arm spun out without warning and got stuck in his soul, preventing it from transforming into soul transformation. A wisp of vast, empty, and mighty voice reverberated in his mind. The 6th stage of the heaven's sun gazing at air will only be said once. Listen carefully. Suyu's heart trembled violently. Ever since he had cultivated to the 5th stage, the cultivation technique for the 6th stage had never appeared on the green stone slab. It had been replaced by the Taishu Xian Palace inside. After such a long time, Suyu had already given up hope for the 6th stage. Who knew it would suddenly appear? Moreover, it was personally taught by the Taishu Xian master, who had not shown himself for a long time. The 6th stage is taught orally. The technique is as follows. No wonder the green stone slab did not appear. The 6th stage was taught orally and not verbally. Suyu's mind was unprecedentedly focused as he memorized the 6th stage technique without missing a word. An hour later, his eyes shone brightly. This was the sixth stage of the heaven's sun gazing at air, the undying soul realm. Upon reaching this realm, one's soul would be indestructible and comparable to a soul artifact. Not only was it extremely strong in defense, but it could also be used as a weapon to destroy the enemy. If the enemy's soul was not strong enough, wouldn't Suyu have the upper hand if he fought with his soul? However, this realm was divided into upper, middle, and lower stages. A large number of souls were needed to successfully cultivate each stage. The reason this technique appeared at this moment was that his soul had finally reached the edge of soul transformation, barely reaching the level of cultivating the undying soul realm. A large number of souls. Suyu's heart stirred as he entered the soul dimension. The number of souls he had imprisoned was not small. There were divine warriors of heaven and earth, half-step pathmasters, human demons, and even the second clone of Prince Xiaoyao. There were nearly 100 of them. The sum of their souls was probably more than the monarch of the sleepless empire and the great palace master of the Palace of Light. Let's give it a try and see which stage I can reach, Suyu said to himself as he closed his eyes and started to operate the heaven's sun gazing at air technique. At the beginning, Suyu took out the soul of a divine warrior of heaven and earth and crushed it. The soul turned into a fluorescent soul, which began to surround Suyu's soul along the route of the heaven's sun, gazing at air technique. Too little. Su, you clearly felt the process was sluggish, which meant that the soul energy absorbed was too little. Then he crushed the souls of 10 divine warriors of heaven and earth in a row before he managed to operate the technique. However, after a small cycle of the technique, he felt sluggish again. Suyu did not dare to stop. He crushed the souls of 30 half-step path masters and operated the technique again. Just like that, he continued to pour in higher-level souls to ensure that the technique continued to operate. Many souls in the soul dimension felt threatened and started to struggle. Among them, the soul of the second clone of Prince Xiaoyao struggled the most violently. He roared ferociously and attacked the soul dimension with a portion of his strength. The outline of a small person could be seen protruding between Suyu's eyebrows, as if it was about to come out. Chapter 2308. Suyu, if you dare to touch me, I will make you beg for death. Xiaoyao, son of heaven's soul, roared. The roar pierced through the soul space and reached deep into Suyu's soul. His soul, which was about to be transformed, trembled continuously as if it was about to collapse. Even after being suppressed for so long, Xiaoyao, son of heaven's soul, was still powerful. Back then, Suyu had only managed to suppress him with the state of the holy mortal body. Now, he might not be able to do anything to him, no matter how he struggled. Suyu kept his mind and methodically crushed the souls in the soul space so that the heaven's sun gazing at air could proceed smoothly. Time passed by slowly. 3 days later, the heaven's sun gazing at air had been circulated 4 times in his body. However, there were not many souls left in the soul space. Only 2 or 3 path master souls, the human demon and Xiaoyao, son of heaven's soul, were left. 9 great circulations to complete 1 circulation. I have absorbed so much soul power, but I haven't even reached half of it. Suyu was amazed. At first, he thought he could break through to the middle stage of the undead soul realm. Now, it seemed that even the lower stages might not succeed. If he failed, all his previous efforts would be in vain. He would have to wait a long time to find more souls. Clenching his teeth, Suyu crushed the souls of several path masters and used their souls to circulate. However, the circulation became more and more difficult. Their soul power had only circulated for half a cycle. Seeing that the circulation was about to stop, Suyu had no choice but to crush the human demon's soul. The human demon's soul power was quite strong, comparable to the souls of several path masters. He immediately started the circulation again and continued to circulate for half a cycle. Now, only Xiaoyao, son of heaven's soul, was left in the soul space. The circulation had only gone through 5 cycles, and there were still 4 weeks left. He could only attack Xiaoyao, son of Heaven's soul. Su Yu mobilized the soul space and tried to crush Xiaoyao, son of Heaven's soul. Unexpectedly, his soul was as hard as iron. No matter how he mobilized the soul space, his soul was not damaged at all. On the contrary, as he struggled, his soul space was slightly damaged. Holy mortal body, it's still too early for you to kill me, unless you activate the state of the holy mortal body, otherwise humph. Xiaoyao, son of Heaven, sneered. Su Yu's eyes became gloomy. He saw that the movement of the technique was getting slower and slower, and it was about to stop completely. Suddenly, Emperor Xiaoyao let out a shrill cry. A great number of white eyes appeared all over his body, and his entire soul melted into pieces at an extremely fast speed. Ah, what did you do? Stop it now. Xiaoyao, son of Heaven's soul, roared in fear. Su Yu was stunned. He had not done anything. Heaven's son gazing at air. This is the divine technique of the Taishu master. That's impossible. The Taishu master died a long time ago. Su Yu's heart shuddered. It was the Taishu master. It was also the Heaven's son gazing at air technique, but the Taishu master was using it himself. Its power was too terrifying. Emperor Xiaoyao's soul, which he couldn't do anything to, was directly melted by the Taishu master. This was especially true when the Taishu master was only a remnant soul. Yet he still possessed such terrifying power. It was hard to imagine just how powerful the Taishu master was at his peak in the last era. Perhaps he would be on the same level as the human ancestor. No, I don't want to die yet. I have cultivated for more than 10 million years, and I will soon be able to get rid of my main body. I don't want to die yet. Xiaoyao, son of Heaven's soul, let out an extremely unwilling roar. However, what awaited him was disintegration. After a moment, his form completely collapsed, and he became an endless soul fluorescence. Hurry up! The voice of the Taishu master came from the darkness. Su Yu's heart shook, and he said gratefully, "Thank you, Taishu master, for your help." He immediately focused his mind and integrated the soul strength of Xiaoyao Sun into the route of cultivation. Suddenly, the speed of cultivation increased by several times. A swelling feeling that was about to overflow filled his soul. What a dense soul strength! It's almost the same as the previous 100 souls. Su Yu exclaimed inwardly. This was only the second clone of Xiaoyao, son of Heaven. If it was the first clone, wouldn't it be even stronger? How powerful would his main body be? Thinking of this, Su Yu suddenly felt a sense of crisis. He closed his eyes tightly and tried his best to break through. 2 days later, all the souls had been exhausted, and Su Yu had only completed 9 great circulations. His undead soul realm had reached the lower level. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat, and his soul left his body. He looked at his body, and they were exactly the same. There was no way to tell which was the soul body and which was the real body. Then Su Yu tried punching out. The hundreds of snowy mountains in the direction of his fist were all smashed into pieces. The toughness of his soul was unimaginable. It had already surpassed the Pathmasters and was close to the level of Xiaoyan. Su Yu's body and soul were completely synchronized. When his soul returned to his body, Su Yu's eyes were filled with excitement. His soul body would definitely be of great use. After finishing his training, he calculated the time. The banquet should be held tonight. Su Yu came out of isolation, and after a brief discussion with Siesa, he disguised himself and went to the banquet venue marked on the invitation. When he arrived, Su Yu and Xiaoya were a little surprised. The banquet was held in Princess Qian Yu's mansion. Su Yu had heard of Princess Qian Yu's name. It was said that the monarch of the Sleepless Empire had 2 sons, a boy and a girl. Prince Lingtian was quite talented, and he was also quick-witted and calm. He was a good candidate to inherit the throne, but the monarch liked Princess Qian Yu the most. It was rumored that the princess was not talented, and her personality was quite bad. She was unruly, willful, and did whatever she wanted. But the monarch doted on her very much. This banquet involved the 8-star civilization conference, and such an important banquet was held in Princess Qian Yu's mansion. It was obvious that the monarch doted on her to the extreme. "This Princess Qian Yu is very lucky," Xia Xiaoya sighed. Su Yu shrugged. "I think it's a curse, not a blessing." "Why do you think so?" "With a near-perfect monarch brother in front of her, this princess who is under the protection of the monarch may be able to get whatever she wants now. But if the monarch dies one day, I'm afraid she won't be able to live for long." Xia Xiaoye agreed. "Strength is king, after all. She is too weak and will be eliminated sooner or later. This is the general trend." Nodding, Su Yu stepped forward, took out the invitation, and handed it to the banquet gatekeeper for inspection. The slight difference was that when Xia Xiaoye took out the invitation, the gatekeeper's expression was relatively calm. But when he saw Su Yu's golden invitation, his expression was obviously more respectful, and he even nodded at Su Yu in greeting. "That blue-robed middle-aged man is indeed extraordinary," Su Yu thought to himself. After the inspection, an old man looked at the disguises of the two of them and said with a gentle smile, "Esteemed guests, disguises are prohibited at this banquet. Please go ahead and disguise yourselves." Su Yu frowned slightly. He was fine. He had never committed a crime in the Sleepless Empire, so there shouldn't be any problems. But Xia Xiaoye had been exposed by the golden-eyed Lang Jun and was now wanted by the Sleepless Empire. Wouldn't it be troublesome to appear in public at such an important occasion? Su Yu secretly transmitted his voice to her. "Don't accommodate yourself. This banquet should be mainly for discussion. I'll pass on the contents of the banquet to you afterward." But Xia Xiaoye looked at Su Yu mysteriously. "What if I want to go?" "All right," Xia Xiaoye said to the examiner without hesitation. Then she took off the mask on her face, revealing the delicate and young face of a young girl. Her brows were like distant mountains. Her eyes were as bright as the moon. Her nose was fine. Her lips were cherry, and her teeth were as white as snow. Her beautiful silhouette drew a stunning arc in the air. At first glance, Su Yu couldn't help but be stunned. In the past, Xia Xiaoye could only be described as beautiful, but she looked like she was nearing her 30s and lacked the youthfulness of a young girl. In front of him, however, was the appearance of a young and beautiful girl. And she was indeed beautiful, even more so than by Yun Hongxian and Xue Mingfiu. Su Yu was stunned for a moment before coming back to his senses. He secretly scolded. "I'm afraid your disguise can't fool their careful inspection." No matter how good a disguise was, it was maintained by cultivation techniques or treasures. If no one examined it carefully, it might be difficult to see through it. But if they were careful, there would always be traces to follow. However, what puzzled Su Yu was that after the guards checked, they nodded and said, "Remove the disguise. You are allowed to enter." How could this work? Xia Xiaoye had hidden her skills after all. She was even very proficient in disguise techniques. Shaking his head in amusement, Su Yu accepted the inspection of the elders and was easily allowed to enter. The two of them entered. One was as handsome as a fairy, and the other was shockingly beautiful. Entering side by side naturally attracted a lot of attention. 81 tables were arranged in the banquet hall. Each table could seat 2 people. The tables in the middle and at the front were basically occupied by the people who had arrived earlier. Only a few tables in the corners were unoccupied. "Fairy, why don't you sit with me?" A rather handsome young man walked over with a smile. Xia Xiaoye shook her head lightly, then quietly linked her arm with Su Yu's, indicating that she was Su Yu's partner and should not disturb him. The handsome man glanced sideways at Su Yu. After sizing him up, he shook his head slightly and sighed. What a waste of a beautiful flower. When he finished speaking, he returned to his seat. Several young men and women beside him, who were watching the show, burst into laughter. Does Mr. Yao, you also have times when the horse stumbles? Haha, I told you that the two of them have an unusual relationship, but you didn't believe me. How embarrassing. I think it's because that man is too handsome. He's overshadowing our Mr. Yao Yu's brilliance. The young man named Mr. Yao Yu sneered. How can he overshadow me? In this world, power is everything. How can a half-step pathmaster like him be compared to me? That girl is still young and inexperienced. When she understands the cruelty of the world, she will know how wrong her choice was. The crowd roared with laughter again. They were a group of young men and women, and they were one of the few young people present. Even though they were chatting and laughing in such a solemn occasion, the middle-aged and elderly people around them all looked at them with tolerant eyes and smiles. They didn't seem to be complaining at all. Chapter 2309. Come, let's pick a quiet corner. Xiaxiaye pulled Suyu to the most remote table in the lower right corner. Suyu pulled his hand away as if nothing had happened. Don't look for me for such things in the future. I'll be looked down upon for no reason. It was all thanks to Xiaxiaye that he had been looked down upon like cow dung by Mr. Yao Yu. Hee, how nice it feels to be clung to by a beauty. Look at how many people are looking at you with envy and jealousy. Xiaxiaye rested her chin on her hands, her bright eyes smiling into a pair of crescent moons. I'd rather no one look at me, Suyu said lightly. As he spoke, Suyu suddenly felt a pair of eyes staring at him. He turned his head to look, and his heart skipped a beat. At the entrance of the banquet, a man and a woman stood side by side. The man was Prince Lingtian of the Sleepless Empire. He was elegant and charming. He glanced around with a smile, not looking at Suyu. But the veiled woman in the snow-white robe next to him was staring at Suyu with a pair of sharp and deep eyes. Heartless Iron Hunter, Suyu cursed inwardly. The West region was too small. How could he run into the heartless Iron Hunter? However, there was no surprise in the heartless Iron Hunter's eyes, as if she had already known that Suyu had come to the colored glaze civilization. Heartless Iron Hunter, let's have a seat at the top. There was an empty spot at the table at the very front, reserved for Prince Lingtian. No, Prince Lingtian, please make yourself at home, the heartless Iron Hunter said calmly. She walked over to the table beside Suyu and sat down. She did not say a word, her eyes looking straight ahead. She had no intention of talking to Suyu. Suyu touched his nose guiltily. Out of everyone present, the heartless Iron Hunter should be the only one who knew that Suyu was from the Pirate Alliance. If she exposed him in front of everyone, Suyu would probably end up the same way as Xiaxiaye. Oh, the old lover you let go is here. Be careful! Xiaxiaye, who had completely changed her appearance and was not afraid of being recognized, said gloatingly. She had always wondered how the heartless Iron Hunter had escaped. After thinking about it several times, she concluded that Suyu must have done it on purpose. He wasn't a lecherous person, but he had purposely revealed an impatient and perverted appearance to the heartless Iron Hunter. Most likely, he wanted to use this opportunity to release her. Suyu rolled his eyes at her. Old lover? Nothing had happened between them. However, Suyu was indeed a little confused about Heartless Iron Constable's intentions. Heartless Iron Constable sat beside him without saying a word and did not expose him. What was she trying to do? Prince Lingtian was slightly astonished. Why would the Heartless Iron Constable run to such a remote corner? Looking at Suyu, Prince Lingtian was confused. Do they know each other? After checking Suyu's cultivation again, Prince Lingtian secretly shook his head. With a smile on his face, he gave up his seat in the front row and sat beside the Wuxin Iron Constable, patiently and warmly conversing with him. The Heartless Iron Constable sometimes answered, sometimes did not, appearing to lack interest. However, his gaze would occasionally drift towards Suyu, and his eyes were filled with curiosity and contemplation. Prince Lingtian couldn't help but feel surprised when he noticed this scene. Does the heartless iron constable really know that human, who's a half-step Dao Lord? That was impossible, right? What kind of existence was the heartless iron hunter? The people he befriended were at least lords of 7-star civilizations, right? There shouldn't have been any interaction between her and this human. The princess has arrived. At this moment, the doorman shouted. Hearing this, a trace of imperceptible disgust flashed in the depths of Prince Lingtian's eyes. How arrogant! As a prince, he didn't even have a doorman to greet him when he came from afar. Princess Qianyue had arrived so late in her own mansion, and she even ordered someone to greet her. As a prince of the Sleepless Empire, Prince Lingtian was very tired. He didn't understand why his father, the emperor, favored this useless sister of his, despite all his hard work. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Princess Qianyue appeared, dressed in luxurious clothes, under the guidance of several maids. Su Yu and Xie Xiaoye were also very curious about this famous Princess Qianyue, so they cast curious glances at her. Unexpectedly, both of them were stunned by what they saw. Wasn't that the unruly woman who had taken Xie Xiaoye as a trial target at the border? Moreover, when Su Yu had first entered the Sleepless Empire, he had met her once. She's Princess Qianyue? Su Yu and Xie Xiaoye exclaimed in unison. Although their voices were low, it still attracted the attention of the heartless iron constable. She glanced sideways and said calmly, "So you know the princess. Do you need me to call her over to introduce you?" Su Yu hurriedly waved his hands. He couldn't wait to hide. How would he dare to meet her face to face? With Princess Qianyue's stubbornness, she would probably lock Su Yu up on the spot. Unfortunately, things didn't go according to plan. After Princess Qianyue arrived, she first looked at Prince Lingtian's seat, but it was empty. She was very disappointed. It was the maid beside her who transmitted a message to her, pointing out that Prince Lingtian was in the corner. Princess Qianyue looked over, and her eyes lit up. Her face was filled with joy, and she flew over with a smile. She said delicately, "Brother." Prince Lingtian had mixed feelings. He was both envious and jealous of Princess Qianyue, but he couldn't bring himself to hate her. This was because Princess Qianyue was very attached to her brother. Every time her father rewarded her with something good, she would share it with him. "You're here," Prince Lingtian said helplessly. Princess Qianyue said, "Why are you sitting here, brother? Isn't there a special seat for you in front?" "This place is enough," Prince Lingtian said. Princess Qianyue looked at the heartless iron constable who was sitting with Prince Lingtian, and she raised her eyebrows without hiding her disgust. Ever since the heartless iron constable had arrived at the Sleepless Empire, Prince Lingtian had been accompanying this woman all day. It was said that they even trained together, and their relationship was very close. What annoyed Princess Qianyue the most was that it was said that her brother was very kind to her, but that woman was very cold and had never taken the initiative to do anything to her brother. This made Princess Qianyue very upset, and she felt a sense of loss as if her brother had been snatched away. Seeing that Prince Lingtian had once again given up his special seat to accompany this woman in this corner, she was filled with jealousy. "You, move aside, I want to sit here." Princess Qianyue pointed at the heartless iron constable, ordering her to move aside. The heartless iron constable stood up without a word, but she did not go far. Instead, she sat down close to Su Yu and said calmly, "Squeeze." A table for two, but 3 people were squeezed into it. Xie Xiaoye was immediately displeased. This heartless iron constable was too full of herself. However, in front of Princess Qianyue, she did not dare make any noise. She could only move to the side to make some space. Su Yu lowered his head and moved to the side, thinking about the heartless iron constable's cunning. She must have seen that Su Yu and Princess Qianyue did not get along, and was certain that he would not dare make any noise. What else could Su Yu do other than quietly move aside? Just like that, the 3 of them squeezed in. But Princess Qianyue was very displeased. Her original intention was for the heartless Iron Constable to stay away from her brother, but she had actually squeezed into a neighboring seat. She did not dare vent her anger on someone like the heartless Iron Constable, so she could only vent it on Su Yu and Xie Xiaoye. Do you two have any guts? Giving way without a word. As she spoke, Princess Qianyue suddenly stared at Su Yu, feeling that he looked very familiar. You, raise your head, Princess Qianyue ordered. Su Yu cursed his bad luck. He had thought that he could avoid this, but it looked like he could not. Now that things had come to this, Su Yu could only raise his head and reveal his face. It really is you. Princess Qianyue screamed, her face furious. At the border, after she had been chased away by Su Yu, she had been filled with anger. She was a dignified princess, and she could get whatever she wanted. But what about that silver-haired human? A few months ago he had left her in danger, and now he was rudely interfering with her training. How could she take this lying down? After that, she had ordered people to investigate, but found that there was very little information about Su Yu, and it was very difficult to find him. She had never dreamed that Su Yu, whom she could not find no matter how hard she tried, would appear at the banquet held by her own mansion. Su Yu smiled sheepishly. Oh, Princess, it has been a long time. Princess Qianyue was so angry that she laughed. Men, arrest him. As expected, the stubborn princess immediately ordered people to arrest him when she found him. Prince Lingtian frowned slightly and stopped her. Sister, please wait. Princess Qianyue said angrily, Brother, you do not know how despicable this person is. He is always bullying me. Prince Lingtian's mouth twitched slightly. Given his sister's temper, if he did not go along with her, he would be bullying her. Listen to me. Prince Lingtian was still rational and calm. There must be a reason why he was invited here. Do not be reckless. This banquet was not an ordinary one, and not just anyone could attend. Those who could attend were special people who had been approved by the royal family, and they had a certain degree of expertise in various aspects. To put it bluntly, everyone present was the future pillar of the Empire of Darkness. How could they be arrested willfully? Brother, this person is too despicable. I must arrest him. Princess Qianyue had made up her mind, and her attitude was very firm. Prince Lingtian tried to persuade her again, but to no avail. He could only give up. He thought that Su Yu's strength was weak, and he could not be a very important person. If he gave up, then so be it. At that moment, the voice of a boy came from outside the door. His Majesty the monarch has arrived. Instantly, everyone stood up and faced the entrance, respectfully. They lowered their heads slightly to show their respect. At ease, my subjects. A gentle voice came into everyone's ears, soothing their nerves. Su Yu was slightly taken aback. This voice sounded a little familiar. He looked up and could not help but be stunned. Wasn't this the blue-robed, middle-aged man who had given him the invitation? He was actually the monarch of the Empire of Darkness. Father! Princess Qianyue threw herself into the monarch's arms and said pitifully, Someone bullied me. Father, you must seek justice for me. The monarch was a little helpless. In such an occasion, anyone with the slightest bit of knowledge would not ruin the atmosphere. However, she was his most beloved daughter. Oh, who is it? The monarch asked. Princess Qianyue pointed at Su Yu angrily. It's him. He bullied me last time, and now he is bullying me again. He is very despicable. Father, please seek justice for me. The monarch followed her gaze, and a hint of joy appeared in his dignified eyes. He quickly stepped forward and said with a smile, My little friend, you really came. I am very pleased. As soon as these words came out, the whole place fell silent and stunned. Chapter 2310. Does the monarch know Su Yu? Princess Qianyue's eyes widened. How could her father, who rarely came out, know a junior of unknown origin? Moreover, Her father's attitude was a little abnormal. Now, he didn't have the dignity and demeanor of the monarch of the sleepless empire at all. Did he treat Suyu as a distinguished guest? Prince Lingtian's eyes shone brightly as he looked at Suyu in disbelief. This inconspicuous human actually knew his father? To be exact, his father was very happy about his arrival. Moreover, even Wuxin Tai Constable's attitude towards him was slightly different. Just who in the world was this human? Suyu recovered from his shock and returned the courtesy. "Thank you for the invitation, Your Majesty." "Haha, don't mention it. Your presence brings light to my humble dwelling." The monarch praised him again and again. His words caused many people to be surprised, but they were even more doubtful and jealous. The mature and prudent elders were fine with it, but the young people in the crowd were quite dissatisfied. Even the monarchs hadn't praised them like this, so why was it that a nameless quasi-Dao Lord was being praised like this? "Mr. Yao Yu, have you heard of this person? It's really unimaginable. How could the monarch treat him like this?" "I don't know him." Mr. Yao Yu looked at Suyu coldly. "I guess it's probably because he's special." Although this statement was a little far-fetched, it barely made sense. The colored glaze civilization was full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There might be a super-strong successor among them. "I see. It's really nothing to rely on his identity and background." "Exactly. The most important thing to stand in this world is one's own ability. People like him who rely on their background can only show off for a while, but not forever." They made wild guesses and belittled Suyu without knowing the truth, which was not in line with their status. Suyu felt helpless. Even without looking, he knew that the monarch's words had caused a lot of hatred. "You flatter me, Your Majesty," Suyu said calmly. He was concise and did not want to talk too much. However, the monarch did not seem to understand Suyu's meaning. Not only did he not end the topic, but he also called Prince Lingtian and Princess Qianyue over. He said with a smile, "My young friend, let me introduce you to my son and daughter." Then he introduced them to each other. "And this is—" he still did not know Suyu's name. "You can just call me Suyu," Suyu said calmly. "This is young Master Su. Haven't you met him yet?" the king said. While Prince Lingtian was filled with suspicion, he did not reveal any of it on his face. Instead, he cupped his hands passionately and said, "So it's young noble Su, nice to meet you. After the banquet, if you have time, come to my mansion. I will definitely entertain you generously." On the other hand, Princess Qianyu's almond-shaped eyes widened in anger. "Father, why aren't you standing up for me? This fellow is really going too far." Unexpectedly, the monarch, who had always sided with Princess Qianyu, reprimanded her. "Qianyu, don't mess around. I saw everything that happened. Young Master Su saved your life. But not only did you not feel grateful, you even spoke ill of him. Now, you even threatened to take revenge. What a disgrace." Being criticized by her father in front of everyone, Princess Qianyu immediately burst into tears. She whimpered, "Father doesn't like me anymore. Whoa, humph. Go back and reflect on your mistakes. Don't embarrass yourself here." Seeing that Princess Qianyu did not repent, but instead became even more aggressive, the monarch's tone suddenly became stern, and he began to punish her. When Prince Lingtian saw this, he was astonished to the extreme. What the hell is going on? His father's favoritism towards Princess Qianyu was almost like spoiling her. Ever since she was young, no matter how big of a mistake Princess Qianyu had made, her father would always turn a big deal into a small one. Now, Princess Qianyu was just acting coquettishly and refusing to admit her mistakes. How could he punish her? Prince Lingtian stared at Suyu, his eyes flickering with various emotions. "This human must have something that my father values." Only Suyu knew that he must have been discovered when he secretly used the space domain, so he was trying to recruit him. To be honest, if he had known that the middle-aged man in the blue robe was the monarch of the Nightless Empire, he would not have come to this banquet. He really did not want to be involved in the whirlpool of the big forces. What? Reflect on my mistakes? Princess Qianyu opened her eyes wide, looking at the monarch in disbelief. He was actually punishing her for an outsider. Was there a mistake? What are you waiting for? The monarch scolded. His confidant saw that the monarch was really angry and immediately carried the princess away. The noisy scene finally quieted down completely. Many of the old and experienced guests looked at Su Yu in a completely different light. This man was definitely not an ordinary person. Xie Xiaoye looked at Su Yu suspiciously. She had always felt that she could not see through Su Yu, and she still could not. No matter where he went, he always brought surprises to people. The Wuxin Iron Constable was also deep in thought. When she first came to the Nightless Empire, she did not see the monarch take him so seriously. Suddenly, the Wuxin Iron Constable seemed to remember something, and said softly, I remember that the 9-colored Heavenly Senior who appeared out of nowhere 20 years ago was also a human named Su Yu, right? Those who heard this could not help but be horrified. It was said that in the depths of the western regions, there was a divine mortal body. He killed the sinful lady and destroyed Prince Xiaoyao all by himself. His name was Su Yu. What was even more coincidental was that he was a human. Many people looked at Su Yu deep in thought, but after a moment they secretly shook their heads. What kind of person was that 9-colored Heavenly Senior? He could probably destroy any 7-star civilization with just a lift of his hand. If such a person wanted to enter an 8-star civilization, he could probably just barge in. Why would he need to attend this banquet and get information about entering an 8-star civilization? Those with a little bit of rationality abandoned this incomparably preposterous idea. Even the monarch, who took Su Yu very seriously, smiled lightly. Even the Xiandao Palace would have to look up to such a genius. Why would he need to come to their small, nightless empire? Su Yu smiled lightly. There are many humans, and I don't know how many people have the same name. If you think I am the 9-colored Heavenly Senior, I can shamelessly admit it. Hearing this, everyone smiled and didn't take it seriously. Xie Xiaoye's mouth twitched. Look at how smug he is. Is the 9-colored Heavenly Senior someone he can become just because he wants to? However, the Wuxin Iron Constable's incomparably deep eyes stared deeply at Su Yu as if he could see through everything about Su Yu. All right, everyone, please sit down. The monarch chatted with Su Yu for a long time. Seeing that it was getting late, he announced the official start of the banquet. The servants brought out exceptionally sumptuous treasures for the guests to eat. For a moment, the guests were in high spirits. However, everyone knew that this banquet was just a gimmick. The real focus was the news of gold entering the 8-star civilizations. Sure enough, after 3 rounds of wine, the monarch's face became solemn. He solemnly said, Everyone, the entrance assessment of the 8-star civilizations that occurs once every 100 years is about to begin. This should be the last one. Everyone's heart suddenly sank, and even the atmosphere became gloomy. In less than 80 years, it would be the end of the era. By that time, the western region would be completely destroyed. Therefore, the recruitment of the 8-star civilizations in the western region would be the last one in their lifetime. We have no choice but to send more people into the 8-star civilizations at all costs to create a glimmer of hope for our future. The end of the era was a sharp blade hanging over everyone's head. Now, that sharp blade was about to fall. Your Majesty, please make the arrangements. All the clans of the Nightless Empire will listen to the orders of the monarch and strive to send all the hopeful people into the 8-star civilizations. An old man who looked like he was about to die said. The others expressed their determination one after another. They were determined and had the feeling of unity. In the face of death, even though they usually schemed against each other, they had no choice but to unite at this moment. The monarch said majestically, I have received your kind intentions. Now, I will announce the information from the 8-star civilizations. Hearing this, everyone was excited. Every 100 years, The 8-star civilizations would use various methods to send information to the masters of the various forces. They would tell them about the recruitment this time. The quota for this recruitment is 100 people. The monarch's voice was high. Instantly, everyone was ecstatic. What, 100 people? In the past, there were less than 20 people. That's great. This time we have great hope. It seems that the 8-star civilizations have also considered our situation, so they specially expanded the quota for recruitment. The monarch's expression did not change. He said again, the time is 10 years later. The venue will be the Eastern region. Hearing this, everyone's expression slightly froze. The Eastern region was the most ominous place outside the region. As early as the beginning of the era, there had been a long war there, and countless powerful experts had died. Among them, there were no less than 10,000 lords of 7-star civilizations. There were even rumored powerful experts of 8-star civilizations who had died there. After many years, the Eastern region was filled with corpse energy, and it became an evil land. Any martial artist who entered, if their strength had not reached the level of a family leader, would find it difficult to return alive. That was because it had become a cursed land. Unless one was born and raised there, it would be very difficult for outsiders to adapt to the environment there. In the end, they would either drag a body full of evil energy or die there. For many years, the venue had been held in the Western region, Southern region, and Northern region. Theoretically, this year, it should be held in the Western region. Unexpectedly, it was set to be held in the Eastern region. The Eastern region. Could it be that the 8-star civilizations made a mistake? Going there itself is a relatively dangerous thing, not to mention holding the recruitment there. An old man raised his concerns. Hearing this, the monarch sighed and shook his head. I have already discussed this matter with the Palace of Light and the pavilion masters of the sword-seeking pavilion. There is no mistake. It is set to be held in the Eastern region. Everyone's expression became much uglier. Holding it, there was really not good news. Chapter 23:11. Everyone's heart began to pound again. Although the number of slots had increased greatly this time, the prodigies of the Northern, Southern, and Eastern regions had indeed shown explosive growth in the past 100 years. They had heard a lot of rumors about it. On the other hand, the Eastern Territory seemed too peaceful. Putting aside the other 8 top-notch grade 7 civilizations, just the 3 major forces of the colored glaze civilization alone had not seen a surge of geniuses in the past 100 years. No matter if it was the Light Palace, the Nightless Empire, or the Sword-Seeking Pavilion, there had never been a situation where the number of geniuses skyrocketed. The only one he could bring out was probably the Lady of Destiny. Speaking of which, it's strange. With the arrival of Doomsday, the other 3 regions have all seen a surge of geniuses. Only our Western region seems to have its luck stolen away, and there hasn't been any change. Someone sighed deeply. Many people agreed with him. Indeed, the Western region seemed to have been deliberately sucked away by someone, and it hadn't developed for many years. So, although 100 slots are a lot, if we don't fight for it with all our strength, we might not be able to get much. If the entire Western region could not get much, how much could fall into the hands of the colored glaze civilization's Nightless Empire? Only a handful, right? Taking a deep breath, the monarch said in a solemn voice, "In order to give our colored glaze civilization's heaven's pride cultivators more hope of winning, I have negotiated with the princess of the Palace of Light and the master of the sword-seeking pavilion to open the colored glaze ancient cave of the colored glaze civilization and let all the heaven's pride cultivators who have a chance of winning cultivate inside for 5 years. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed drastically. Opening the glazed ancient cave, is it true? Every time it is activated, it will consume almost 100 years of our entire civilization's accumulation. Monarch, is it worth it? If we really do that, the colored glass civilization will have a very difficult time in the future. The Glaze Ancient Cave was a natural ancient cave where the Glaze civilization existed. 1 day of cultivation inside was equivalent to 3 years of cultivation outside. Not only were there insights left behind by the colored glaze civilization's pathmasters, but there was also extremely rich Genesis chi. There were even ancient divine items that were beneficial for the pathmasters to raise their cultivation realm. However, opening the glazed ancient cave required an unimaginable amount of resources. In the past, it was very difficult for the 3 great forces to reach an agreement. Now, because the destruction of an era was about to arrive, they'd put aside their former enmity and intended to fight for it. If we can't survive the destruction of the era, what use is there in having so many resources? The monarch sighed. Everyone fell silent. That was indeed the case. They had no other choice but to fight. It's settled then. The country king said, "The opening of the glazed ancient cave will be in a year's time. Go back and make arrangements for the elites with hopes to enter the glazed ancient cave in a year's time." Su Yu's eyes flickered. It sounded like the glazed ancient cave was a pretty good place. Activating it once actually used up the Lazuli civilization's 100 years of accumulation. The colored glaze civilization was 100 times richer than the 7 ultimate civilizations. 100 times more accumulation was enough to create 10 7 ultimate civilizations, right? It had to be said that this was indeed a big move. However, it was a pity that Su Yu was looking for the star positioning plate, so he might not have the chance to go to the glazed ancient cave. The banquet ended just like that. Su Yu had indeed obtained a lot of useful information. 10 years later, in the eastern region, he wondered if the Pearl Corpse King had entered an 8-star civilization. If not, would he have gone to the eastern domain to participate in the recruitment? While Su Yu was thinking, Xia Xiaoye reminded him to come back to his senses, and he prepared to leave. "My little friend, Su Yu, please stay." However, the monarch urged him to stay with a smile. Su Yu sighed silently. He knew that it wouldn't be easy to leave. He turned around and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "What instructions does the monarch have?" The monarch was all smiles, but there was a hint of helplessness in his smile. He said, "I know you are not from the Nightless Empire, but can you represent the Nightless Empire and participate in the war?" If not, why would he treat Su Yu this way? Su Yu was reluctant. He frowned and was about to decline when the monarch said, "My little friend, don't worry. I won't restrict you, and I won't ask you to do anything for the Nightless Empire. I'll just represent the Nightless Empire and participate in the war. Even if you really have the opportunity to enter an 8-star civilization in the future, you can come and go as you please. It doesn't matter if you help the Nightless Empire or not." Su Yu asked, "Then what are you after?" He didn't ask him to contribute anything, nor did he tie him to the Empire. It's because there's no one else in the Nightless Empire. With no one around, the monarch finally said what he found difficult to say. Su Yu was silent. Compared to the Palace of Light, the so-called group of geniuses of the Nightless Empire was too disappointing. It was a fool's dream for them to get 100 places. Only with your participation can the people of the Nightless Empire be motivated and work hard. Then, there's a glimmer of hope for a place. If the few geniuses who weren't presentable faced powerful competitors, they would lose momentum from the very beginning. The competition would only get worse and worse until they were completely defeated. If there was a leader like Su Yu, they could still give them a boost and fight for a place in the glazed ancient cave. How about it? As long as you agree, all the resources in the Empire can be used by you, including the right to enter the glazed ancient cave. Su Yu was instantly tempted. He might not have the opportunity to enter the glazed ancient cave, but Xia Xiaoye could definitely study there for a period of time. Sure, he would go to the East region to participate in the recruitment sooner or later. Representing the Nightless Empire was just a convenience. Hearing this, the monarch heaved a long sigh of relief, as if a stone had been lifted from his chest. "How about this? You will temporarily stay in the palace from now on. If you need anything, just let me know. How about it? The monarch said. It was difficult to refuse the monarch's kindness. Moreover, Suyu really didn't have a place to stay. Thank you for your care, monarch. Therefore, Suyu and Xiaxia moved and stayed in the palace. The safest place in the entire Nightless Empire was undoubtedly the palace, wasn't it? Suyu then secluded himself to study the information he had about the time-fixing plate. The last time the time-fixing plate appeared was 20 years ago. The Pearl Corpse King appeared in the Glaze civilization and led many zombies to snatch it. The location was the Bull King Mountain of the Sword-Seeking Pavilion. The result was that the Pearl Corpse King succeeded in snatching it, but after using it once, she planned to take the time-fixing plate away. In the end, the strong men of the entire Glaze civilization attacked together. In desperation, the Pearl Corpse King could only give up on the time-fixing plate. In the end, the time-fixing plate fell into the hands of the great palace master of the Palace of Light. Seeing this, Suyu's face suddenly darkened. It could have fallen into anyone's hands, but it had fallen into the hands of the great palace master of the Palace of Light. He had just come here after causing a ruckus in the Palace of Light. The great palace master, whom he had never met, probably had a particularly bad impression of Suyu. Xiang borrowed the time-fixing plate from her. Wasn't that a fool's dream? If I had known this would happen, why would I covet the antler of the divine deer of light? Suyu smiled bitterly. No, he had to think of a way. After thinking about it, Suyu felt that he could only ask the monarch of the Sleepless Empire for help. Only he could borrow the time-fixing plate from one of the 3 big shots of the Glaze civilization. With that in mind, he set off for the Taichuan Palace where the monarch resided. Just as he was about to enter, he saw householder Qingyuan leaving the Taichuan Palace from afar. It's him. Su, you remembered the rumor that householder Qingyuan was Princess Qianyu's teacher. He saw householder Qingyuan, but the latter did not notice him. He left with a face full of joy, as if he had obtained a great benefit. Suyu knocked on the door and entered. He saw the monarch leaning over the table, attentively reading the memorials. Greetings, Your Majesty. The monarch was slightly surprised. It had only been a short while since Suyu had come to see him. There must be something important. Mr. Su, you don't have to be so courteous. Is there anything you need? The monarch asked pleasantly. Suyu stated his purpose. Do you need the time-fixing plate? The monarch's brows furrowed and he looked troubled. Suyu sighed silently. He knew he was being unreasonable, so he said, I can promise to do something for you, Your Majesty. The monarch pondered for a moment, then said, It's not that I don't want to help, but it's very difficult. In order to obtain the time-fixing plate, the great palace master of the Light Palace sacrificed a lot. It's very difficult to borrow the time-fixing plate without paying any price. This was because the end of the era was imminent, and the 3 great forces had reached a temporary consensus. If it had been an ordinary hostile relationship, it would have been impossible. I can only give it a try, but I can't guarantee success, the monarch said. Suyu cupped his fists. It's only right. As a condition for helping you, I do need you to do something for me. The monarch's eyes flickered slightly. Go ahead, Your Majesty. The monarch said, My daughter's teacher, householder Qing, was sent to the Glaze ancient cave to make preparations in advance. In the absence of a year, I hope you can temporarily serve as Princess Qianyu's teacher. Serve as her teacher? Suyu shook his head at the thought of that unruly, willful, and arrogant girl. He said, I'm not qualified enough to serve as a teacher. I know that my daughter is unruly, stubborn, and difficult to educate, but I'll give you a special right, the monarch said reluctantly. Within a year, you can discipline her as you wish. As long as it's within the scope of a teacher's duties, you can discipline her in any way you like. Is that so? Then I can still try to teach her. Otherwise, with her temper, who would be able to discipline her? Sure, but I hope Your Majesty can agree to another condition. Please speak. You cannot see Princess Qianyu for a year. Only then would Princess Qianyu give up and obey him. The monarch couldn't bear to see his daughter. He was sure that his daughter would most likely suffer. However, the end of the era was imminent. Only by making her suffer would she have a chance of entering an 8-star civilization. Sure. Su Yu heaved a sigh of relief. That would be easy. I wonder what your majesty wants me to teach her. If it's about strength, my personal cultivation is almost the same as hers. I'm afraid I can't teach her well. The monarch waved his sleeves and closed the door. He even cast a special, soundproof seal. To tell you the truth, my daughter's constitution is quite unique. Su Yu wasn't too surprised. The monarch's favoritism for Princess Qianyu was not without reason. Otherwise, there would be no reason for them to neglect Prince Lingtian, who was perfect in all aspects, while taking care of Princess Qianyu, who is mediocre in all aspects. She has the 9 divine body. Huh. Su Yu's brows twitched. Why does this constitution sound so familiar? Chapter 23:12. After pondering for a while, Su Yu finally remembered that this was the constitution that Gu Taishu had cultivated with great difficulty. Su Yu frowned slightly and said, "Forgive me for being blunt, but the 9 divine body evolved from the 9 spirit body, right? Once this constitution is cultivated successfully, it will display 9 divine laksana. This constitution is only useful for the Star River Overlord, right? Princess, you have reached the level of a half-path master. What is the use of this constitution?" The monarch was surprised. "You know about the 9 divine body?" "Yes, I had an enemy who had the 9 divine body, but that was a long time ago." The monarch came to a sudden realization and said, "That's a coincidence. You even encountered a rare constitution like the body of 9 gods twice." After a pause, the monarch continued, "You must be talking about the acquired 9 divine body. The acquired 9 divine body is divided into 2 parts. The acquired 9 divine body. The acquired 9 divine body is evolved by the owner of the 9 spirit body by devouring a large amount of blood essence of living creatures. The process is very cruel and goes against the natural order." Su Yu nodded to show that he was listening carefully. The acquired 9 divine body is very limited. It can only cultivate 9 divine laksana at most. However, this is not the case. If the owner continues to devour blood essence, the acquired 9 divine body will continue to evolve. Oh, this was new to Su Yu. He had never seen this in the relevant ancient books. Once the devouring is successful, the owner will have the 9 divine bodies. The monarch said seriously. The so-called 9 divine bodies means that once the owner becomes a pathmaster, he will have 9 great ways. His strength can be imagined. 9 great ways, 9 doctrine artifacts, 9 realms. His strength alone was probably comparable to a powerhouse at the level of the patriarch. This was considering that the 9 great ways were relatively ordinary. If the great ways he cultivated were extremely powerful, his strength would be far beyond the family master's level. He might even reach the top level like Xiaoyan. Your enemy had better be dead. If he is still alive, you will be in big trouble in the future. The monarch reminded Su Yu meaningfully. Su Yu said calmly, "If he is still alive, he better pray that he doesn't meet me. Otherwise, he would kill him every time he met him." "Just be careful," the monarch said. "My daughter has the acquired 9 divine body. This god body doesn't need to swallow creatures' blood to cultivate, but it's also very difficult to cultivate." The monarch frowned and said, "She needs to rely on continuous fighting to stimulate the transformation of the 9 gods' body. The process is very slow. If she didn't have such a physique, then with her natural talent, she would have become a Tao Lord a long time ago. Perhaps she would have broken through even earlier than Big Brother. How could she have fallen to this day and been unable to break through to become a Tao Lord for so long?" Su Yu nodded in understanding. Wasn't he? According to the standards of a normal person, if he only cultivated 1 Tao, he could already be called a Tao Master. His body and soul had already undergone Tao transformation. His spatial laws had also undergone Tao transformation. He had even cultivated a spatial domain. However, because the other 7 laws hadn't been able to attain the Tao for a long time, he couldn't be considered a Tao Lord, and he could only be considered a half-step Tao Lord. Who would have thought that the unruly and untalented Princess Qian you would have such a constitution? No wonder the monarch was so biased and protective of her. Compared to her, the seemingly perfect Prince Ling Tian was indeed slightly mediocre. You want me to train him? Su Yu understood the monarch's intention. The monarch nodded. Yes. Su Yu was puzzled, so he asked, if you want to train yourself, you can just find any strong martial artist, right? Why did you specially ask me to come here? Putting aside everything else, just the guards of Princess Qian, you were more than enough for him to hone his skills. You may not know this, but training requires the activation of the 9 gods' body. Once the 9 gods' body is activated, my daughter will be in great danger. There was once a master of the family who was injured by the 9 gods' body and died. Therefore, no one in the know is willing to be the training partner of the 9 gods' body, and his training has been stagnant for a long time. During this period, only the monarch dared to spar with Princess Qianyu in the state of the 9 gods' body. However, he was busy most of the time and had little time to spend with Princess Qianyu. Does your Majesty think too highly of me? Su Yu thought to himself. Even a master of the family had died tragically. Wasn't he afraid that something bad would happen to him? The monarch laughed. You have mastered the spatial domain. In terms of escaping, I am no match for you. It should be the safest for you to spar with her. Su Yu wanted to refuse, but when he thought of the time-fixing plate, he had to agree. Although he was taking a risk, the monarch must have paid a huge price to borrow the time-fixing plate for him. All right, when do we start? Now. 1 more day means 1 more chance for her, the monarch said. Su Yu nodded. All right, I will go to the princess mansion now. Please remember my request. During this period, you must not see Princess Qianyu. After they had agreed, Su Yu was led by the monarch's trusted aide, an elder in a green robe, to the princess mansion. He saw Princess Qianyu squatting in the yard, facing a wall. However, she did not think about it. Instead, she held a little person in her left hand and a needle in her right hand. She kept poking the little person. The name Su Yu was clearly written on the chest of the little person. Stupid Su Yu, I will poke you 1,000 times, 10,000 times, until you die, she muttered as she poked the little person. The elder in the green robe appeared. When he saw the scene, the corners of his mouth twitched. He cast an embarrassed look at Su Yu. Mr. Su, this is the princess's temper. Please don't take it to heart. Don't worry, of course I won't take it to heart. Not at all. Su Yu laughed softly. Since he had decided to be Princess Qianyu's teacher, he would take it seriously. When a student poked a teacher, it had to be dealt with strictly. Cough, cough. The elder in the green robe coughed dryly. Princess, His Majesty has issued a decree. Princess Qianyu immediately turned around and said resentfully, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. My father doesn't love me anymore. The elder in the green robe braced himself and said, Princess, His Majesty has issued a decree to arrange a new teacher for you. A new teacher? Who is it? Princess Qianyu's interest was piqued. Since she was young, only householder Qingyuan had been her teacher for a period of time, before her 9 divine body was discovered. Then, no one would be qualified to be her teacher. Why would a new teacher suddenly be found for her? It is Mr. Su. The elder in the green robe stepped aside, revealing Su Yu behind him. When Princess Qianyu saw Su Yu, her eyes widened. She could not believe her ears. What? He is my teacher? This is the monarch's decree. Seeing the princess's reaction, the elder in the green robe had the foresight to distance himself from the 2 of them. Princess Qianyu shouted, Has my father gone mad? How could he arrange for him to be my teacher? No, I want to see my father. I want to ask him for an explanation. Princess Qian, you felt like an abandoned child. The elder in the green robe said, His Majesty is busy with official business and has not received any guests for the past year. In addition, Mr. Su has been granted special privileges by the monarch. He can command all the people and resources in the princess residence, including you. Without Mr. Su's approval, you cannot even take half a step out of the princess residence. What? Princess Qian, you could not believe it. How could her father give such a crazy order? Didn't this mean that she was completely under Su Yu's control? If Su Yu had any evil intentions and did something to her, she would not even have anyone to protect her. The decree has been conveyed. I will take my leave now. The elder in the green robe was actually quite happy. All these years, the princess had been acting like a tyrant, causing the entire empire to be filled with resentment. However, the monarch doted on her, and no one dared to do anything to her. Now, someone was finally going to punish her. After the elder in the green robe left, Princess Qian, you glared at Su Yu angrily. If you know what's good for you, leave the princess residence immediately. Otherwise, humph. Otherwise what? Otherwise, the entire princess residence is filled with my trusted subordinates. Be careful, or I will make you suffer. Su Yu stood calmly with his arms crossed. Then try me. You said it. Don't regret it. Princess Qian, you laughed coldly. Guards! Swish! 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 The 3 elders who were at the level of family masters who were protecting her, as well as 10 ordinary path masters. They surrounded the princess to protect her. Chase him out, Princess Qianyu ordered. The group of people obeyed Princess Qianyu's order and were about to attack. However, Su Yu calmly took out a golden token. The golden light it emitted was extremely dazzling, causing the group of people who were about to attack to stop in their tracks. They knelt on the ground in fear. Greetings, Your Majesty. Princess Qianyu took a deep breath. Why is my father's identity token in your hands? There was only one such token, and the monarch rarely left it with him. Only on special occasions, when he was unable to go personally, would he order someone to bring the token. Seeing the token was like seeing the monarch in person. No matter how loyal the princess's subordinates were, how could they disobey the monarch? Of course it was given to me by your father, Su Yu said calmly. He looked around at the people kneeling on the ground and said, Guards, tie the princess up. What? Princess Qianyu was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. She was a dignified princess, so how could she be tied up? Who dares? Princess Qianyu was furious. Su Yu looked at them calmly, his eyes slightly narrowed. Anyone who disobeys will be treated as disobeying the monarch. Only then did they stand up hesitantly and walk towards Princess Qianyu. How dare you? Princess Qianyu said angrily as she shrank back. However, Su Yu had the monarch's token in his hand. Who would dare disobey his orders? Even if they offended the princess, they could only bite the bullet. We have offended the princess. A group of people stepped forward and tied the princess up. The princess was so angry that she struggled wildly. However, her whole body was tied up like a dumpling. She stumbled and fell to the ground, face down. You bastards! I will not let you off. Su Yu was expressionless. He said calmly, hang me up. To teach a person, one had to first teach them how to behave. How could someone as rebellious as her be taught? The people could only follow Su Yu's orders and hang Princess Qianyu under the eaves. How dare you? I'm going to complain to Imperial Father and have your heads chopped off. Princess Qianyu was so angry that she glared at the crowd. How dare you? Su Yu's eyes were calm as he said, This is just the beginning. Your Highness, don't be too impatient. Hearing this, the people around them felt a chill in their hearts. What does this Su Yu intend to do to the princess? Chapter 23:13. Su Yu, I'm not afraid of you. Princess Qianyu shouted angrily. Su Yu looked at her calmly. I was fortunate enough to see their fog forest when I was in the Palace of Light. They put criminals and prisoners there and left them to their own devices. The people of the Nightless Kingdom knew about the famous, dense fog forest. It was said that many ferocious Path Master level beasts were kept there. You want to build a fog forest? Haha, it's useless. There aren't many Path Master level beasts in the Nightless Empire. Princess Qianyue scoffed at Su Yu's idea. Su Yu smiled faintly. There aren't many Path Master level beasts, but there are many half-Path Master level beasts. As he spoke, he pointed his finger at Princess Qianyue. Several balls of dragon power were injected into her body, blocking the meridians that were circulating the desolate power. Someone, remove all the treasures on her body. Several female cultivators stepped forward and forced themselves to remove Princess Qianyue's clothes, leaving her with only her undergarments. All the treasure-level ornaments on her body were taken away. Bring all the half-Path Master level beasts in the palace here. Under his command, the people of the princess's mansion were all under his command, and everything was arranged quickly. Half a day later, Su Yu held a small cavern world in his hand. The space inside was only 1/5 of the size of the fog forest. Similarly, there were only 1/5 of the wild beasts. Roar! As soon as the cavern world was opened, the hungry and irritated roars of the wild beasts could be heard coming from inside. Many of the wild beasts were killing and devouring each other. Everyone's hearts were pounding. Wasn't this too dangerous? The princess's desolate power and treasures were sealed, leaving only her physique. However, her physique was only at the level of a half-Path Master, not much stronger than the wild beasts inside. She would be in great danger if she had to face 2 wild beasts at the same time. While they were thinking, Su Yu had already picked up Princess Qianyue and tossed her into the cavern world. Ah, Su Yu, I won't forgive you. Roar! Roar! A series of excited roars drowned out Princess Qianyue's angry roars. Her appearance was like food to many wild beasts, so they naturally chased after her. The pitiful Princess Qianyue was only left with her physical body. However, competing with a savage beast in terms of physical strength was no different from displaying one slight skill before an expert. She had no choice but to hide here and there, trying her best to get rid of the beast. She had thought of begging for forgiveness from Su Yu, but her pride prevented her from lowering her head to Su Yu. For several days, she was exhausted from running around. This space was simply too small, and there were too many savage beasts around. It wasn't long before Zhang Xian was discovered by the savage beasts, and he had no choice but to flee for his life. For several days in a row, she didn't even have a way to restore her strength. She could only rely on picking wild, spiritual herbs to barely restore her strength. I can do it. I can definitely do it. Princess Qianyue was exceptionally stubborn, and she refused to bow her head. However, how many days could she endure without sufficient replenishment? Finally, a few days later, due to his lack of stamina, he was no longer able to escape the pursuit of a group of savage beasts. He was surrounded and forced into a corner. Princess Qianyue gritted her teeth and thought to herself, I am the princess of the Nightless Empire. Does Su Yu really dare to feed me to the beasts? He'll definitely make a move when I'm in trouble. With that in mind, she raised her head and looked out of the cavern world with a sneer, as if to say, do as you see fit. However, she would never have guessed that Su Yu was not observing the cavern world at all. Instead, he was leisurely practicing by himself, unaware of Princess Qianyue's current situation. A few martial artists who were observing the cavern world turned pale with fright and said in a panic, Mr. Su, the princess is in danger. Save her quickly. This cavern world belonged to Su Yu, and they could not control it. All they could do was watch anxiously. However, Su Yu's expression was indifferent. It's not time yet. If he wanted to teach Princess Qianyue, he had to teach her the meaning of respect. She was a student who was not afraid of anything, and even a deity couldn't teach her. When is the time? Are you waiting for her to be bitten to death? The 3 elders who had been guarding the princess all year round glared at him. The princess had been hunted for more than 10 days, and she had suffered so much. If she was hurt, then they would fight Suyu to the death. Moreover, if Princess Qianyu was killed, would they still be alive? They would be executed by the monarch. So be it, Suyu said calmly, not caring at all. At worst, he could bring her back to life. What was so difficult about that? You are making trouble. The people were furious when they found out that Suyu did not care about the princess's life at all. Suyu took out the token of the monarch quietly and said indifferently, "From now on, everyone is to leave this small courtyard, and no one is allowed to approach it under any circumstances. Otherwise, you will be punished for deceiving the monarch." They were shocked and angry at the same time. Suyu was too audacious. "I will report you to the monarch." The 3 elders who were guarding the princess swung their hands angrily and left in panic. The rest of the people also left, dissatisfied with Suyu's method. How could he treat the princess like that? Suyu shook his head secretly. Although the monarch doted on the princess, the excessive protection of the people around her was also partly due to the princess's stubbornness. They seemed to be protecting the princess, but in fact, they were harming her. Without real experience, it was impossible to be reborn. Go to hell. At this time, a strange change occurred in the cavern world. Princess Qianyu, who had been cornered, finally activated the 9 divine bodies in her body. 9 majestic ancient gods, visible to the naked eye, came out of her body and attacked the group of beasts that were attacking her. Wherever the gods passed, a large number of beasts were crushed to death. The power of each of the gods was no less than that of a path master. If the 9 gods joined hands, the path master, who was at the level of a family master, would be in danger. However, the power of desolation in Princess Qianyu's body was sealed, so she could not maintain the status of a god for a long time. In just 3 breaths, the god collapsed. The fleeing beasts sensed the situation and surrounded Princess Qianyu again. Pairs of hungry eyes stared at her with desire to devour her. Then they rushed over to her. Princess Qianyu's face turned pale, but she firmly believed that Suyu would not sit by and do nothing. He would definitely save her at the last moment. Roar! The furious roars were so close to her ear that they made her eardrums vibrate, and an incomparably fishy wind blew in her face. What followed was the excruciating pain of her arm being torn apart. Moreover, it was not only in one place, but in many places. She was being attacked and devoured by the group of beasts. Ah, save me! Quickly save me! At this moment, Princess Qianyu felt the first fear in her life while suffering from a heart-wrenching pain. However, no one came to save her. The scene of Suyu appearing in her imagination did not appear. Instead, all she saw were the beasts pouncing on her. Princess Qianyu was completely flustered, and she cried out, "I was wrong. I was really wrong." Unfortunately, no one paid attention to her, and the excruciating pain caused her to lose consciousness and sink into an eternal coma. She knew that she was going to die. Moreover, she was going to die in such a ridiculous manner. In the outside world, Suyu had already arrived in front of the cavern world. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, and in his left hand was Princess Qianyu's personal magical treasure. In the center of his palm, a jade green light was hovering. Resurrection! He muttered softly, and the jade green light continued to expand, condensing blood vessels, bones, and flesh from nothing. The last complete Princess Qianyu was lying in front of him. Her arms were wrapped around her body, and she was shivering. Her face was filled with pain, as if she was still immersed in the moment before death. "Wake up! Get up!" Suyu said with a faint smile. Princess Qianyu was taken aback, and she opened her eyelids a little in fear. What she saw was no longer the gaping mouths, but the blue sky and the face of a silver-haired human. For the first time, She felt that the silver-haired human's face was very kind, and for the first time, she felt that this world was bright and precious. Am I not dead? Princess Qian Yu sat up and examined her unscathed body. Her heart was filled with confusion. Even the most precious medicine and the best healing methods could not heal her body in such a short time, right? The stronger one's body was, the more difficult it was to recover from injuries. How did Suyu do it? Moreover, she had a strange feeling that this body did not belong to her. It was as if it had been remade. In the past, due to years of training, her body had accumulated some minor problems, but now they were all gone. It was as if she had been reborn. Suyu calmly put away the cavern world and glanced inside. The group of beasts was still feasting on Princess Qian Yu's body. If you want to die, I can send you in to experience it again, Suyu said calmly. Princess Qian Yu shuddered. Even if it was an illusion, a nightmare, she did not want to experience it again. The feeling of being eaten by the beasts was too real, too painful, and too horrifying. Just thinking about it made Princess Qian Yu shudder. She looked up at Suyu, and there was still anger in her eyes. But more than that, there was fear. Most of the arrogance she had in the past had disappeared. Fortunately, you did not die in vain, Suyu said, looking at her reaction. I was thinking of letting you in a few more times. Ah, don't. I don't want to go in again. Princess Qian Yu said hurriedly. She was so anxious that tears were about to fall from her eyes. It seemed that this cavern world had left an unforgettable impression on her. Suyu shook his head secretly. She had too little experience. Which real divine expert had not experienced despair many times? However, since she was afraid, it would be much easier for him to teach her. Do you still acknowledge me as your teacher? I do. I do. Princess Qian Yu replied immediately, afraid that Suyu would throw her in again. Suyu nodded. Come with me. The two of them came to the training field of the princess mansion. Suyu withdrew the dragon power from the princess's body and released the desolate force. Make your move. Use your best attack. Princess Qian Yu felt like she had been reborn after regaining the desolate force. Looking at Suyu, a hidden anger flashed in the depths of Princess Qian Yu's eyes. I am best at the 9 divine body. Once I use it, you will either die or be seriously injured. Make your move, Suyu urged. Chapter 23:14. Good. Teacher Su, please be careful. Princess Qian Yue smiled mysteriously and decided to give Suyu a big surprise. The body of 9 gods. Immediately, 9 kinds of divine Laksana appeared in her body and attacked Suyu at the same time. Each of the divine Laksana was comparable to an ordinary path master. If the 9 divine Laksana attacked Suyu at the same time, Suyu would definitely be defeated or even seriously injured. It was time to let Suyu taste the pain. However, the scene of Suyu being beaten down did not happen. Suyu stood where he was and did not even move his feet. He just stretched out his arm casually. Immediately, his arm was covered with a layer of scales and turned into a dragon claw. After that, he patted the 9 Dharma projections and repelled all of their attacks. How is this possible? Princess Qian Yue was dumbfounded. She was the clearest about how powerful her Dharma idol was. Even the clan master level powerhouses had to be extremely careful in order to avoid it. However, Suyu was able to repel them with just one hand. He was just a half-path master. How could he have such a terrifying body? However, what drove Princess Qian Yu crazy was that after Suyu repelled the divine Laksana, he did not stop. Instead, he frowned slightly. You are much weaker than I thought. The road of tempering is long and arduous. Before he came here, he was worried that the divine Laksana would be in danger. Now, it seemed that the body of 9 gods was far from being able to threaten Suyu. As he spoke, he took the initiative to attack the 9 divine Laksana. Every time he attacked, the divine Laksana trembled slightly. Its body was constantly changing as if it was about to be destroyed. The 9 divine Laksana and Princess Qianyue were connected. When they were hurt, Princess Qianyue also felt pain. Gritting her teeth, Princess Qianyue said reluctantly, "Again!" The 9 divine Laksana roared angrily and attacked Suyu from all directions. However, their attacks were like raindrops falling on Suyu's body. They could not hurt him at all. After dozens of rounds, Princess Qianyue was covered in sweat and her lips were trembling. It was obvious that she was in great pain. Suyu sighed and had to stop. She had just experienced the pain of death and was affected by the divine Laksana. If he continued, her body would not be able to bear it. "We'll continue tomorrow," Suyu said. Princess Qianyue asked pitifully, "Tomorrow? Can you wait for a few days?" Suyu silently took out the cavern world. Princess Qianyue's face paled, and she quickly said, all right, let's continue tomorrow." Princess Qianyue shuddered at the sight of this cavern world. In the following days, Suyu sparred with Princess Qianyue's 9 divine body every day. Under Suyu's crazy destruction and sharpening, his god's law was much more solid than before, and the power it released was also slightly stronger than before. Now that they had joined forces to attack him, Suyu needed to take them seriously in order to resist them. Unfortunately, Princess Qianyue was in great pain all day long, so she didn't pay attention to the changes in her god body. On this day, after the sparring session ended, a few guests came to the princess's residence. Princess Qianyue hugged her shivering body and asked Suyu, "Can I go and meet him?" "Go ahead." Now that they had finished exchanging pointers, Suyu would not interfere with her normal activities. In the guest hall of the princess residence, Princess Qianyue was receiving a group of young elites. Young Master Yaoyu was one of them. "Princess, why haven't you come to the Heavenly Cloud Tower recently to spar with us?" Mr. Yaoyu asked with a smile. In the past, Princess Qianyue would spar with the elites of the Nightless Empire in the Heavenly Cloud Tower. However, in the last month, Princess Qianyue had not stepped into the Heavenly Cloud Tower even once. Therefore, Mr. Yaoyu and the others came to visit. Princess Qianyue said, "It's a long story. Recently, I have a new teacher who is very strict with me. Without his permission, I can't go out." Many young elites were amazed. Who didn't know that Princess Qianyue was a fearless existence in the Nightless Empire? Who could discipline her? It must be a powerful senior of virtue, right? Everyone thought so, and they couldn't help but feel respect for her. "I see," Mr. Yaoyu said regretfully. "The recruitment of the 8-star civilization is imminent. We, the members of the Nightless Palace, need to practice harder." The Light Palace had the Emissary of Light, and the Nightless Empire had the Nightless Palace, which gathered the strongest elites of the Nightless Empire. Mr. Yaoyu and the others were the members of the palace. Moreover, Mr. Yaoyu was the top-ranked member. His ability was the strongest among the elites of the Nightless Empire, and he had always ranked first in previous spars. Princess Qianyue sighed and said, "It's a pity that I'm restricted and can't go to the Heavenly Cloud Tower to spar with everyone." Mr. Yaoyu said with a smile, "Why do we need to go to the Heavenly Cloud Tower? Isn't it better for us to participate in the princess's residence?" Hearing this, Princess Qianyue was tempted. She had always been very focused on practicing martial arts. Otherwise, she wouldn't have met Suyu twice during spars. "As long as you don't mind working hard, you can stay in my residence and spar with me." Princess Qianyue was eager. Soon, under Princess Qianyue's arrangement, they entered the training field and began to spar with each other. The first to attack was Mr. Yaoyu. His ability was worthy of the first place. His cultivation was at the level of the Master of Light, and his doctrine artifact and realm had taken shape. He easily suppressed the other members of the Nightless Palace. His ability was roughly equivalent to Kong Chu of the Emissary of Light. Princess Qianyue, who was watching from the side, secretly admired him. Mr. Yaoyu was indeed very outstanding and rare among his peers. In previous spars, even when she displayed the 9 divine body, she was still quickly defeated. After a round of sparring, Mr. Yao Yu looked at Princess Qian Yu and said with a smile, "Princess, how about we have a spar?" Princess Qian, you couldn't have asked for more. She said, "Haha, I hope Mr. Yao Yu will go easy on me. Otherwise, I won't be able to defeat you." "Haha, no problem." Mr. Yao Yu laughed. He thought to himself, "I should go easy on Princess Qian Yu when the time is right. I can't let Princess Qian Yu lose too badly." The two of them came to the center of the training field. Faced with a tough opponent like Mr. Yao Yu, Princess Qian Yu immediately displayed the 9 divine body and waited for him. Mr. Yao Yu said with a smile, "Be careful, Princess." Princess Qian Yu nodded and began to spar with Princess Yu Yu. Mr. Yao Yu's eyes flickered. He was prepared to attack with all his strength and gain the upper hand before going easy on Princess Qian Yu. In this way, people would see that his ability was far superior to Princess Qian Yu's, and they would understand that he was going easy on Princess Qian Yu. Mr. Yao Yu released his domain and attacked with his Dao tool. According to his previous experience, this all-out attack should be able to force Princess Qian Yu's 9 divine body to retreat. 10,000 demons devour the sea. Cloud Dao Needle. Princess Qian Yu's expression turned solemn. She prepared herself for her god projection to be forced back. Bang! Bang! However, what astonished Princess Qian Yu was that not only did her god projection not retreat, it even smashed through Mr. Yao Yu's domain and sent his Dao tool flying. The remnant energy even forced Mr. Yao Yu, who was caught off guard, to retreat again and again. He almost fell to the ground. The expressions of the onlookers also changed. What was going on? Did Big Brother Yao Yu go easy on Princess Qian Yu? That should be the case. Otherwise, Princess Qian Yu wouldn't have been able to gain the upper hand. Really, Big Brother Yao Yu, he doesn't show any mercy to us. He only has tender feelings for Princess Qian Yu. Hearing their words, Princess Qian Yu felt relieved. No wonder. However, only Mr. Yao Yu knew that he didn't go easy on Princess Qian Yu. Princess Qian Yu's god projection was much stronger than before. Although each god projection didn't have any special changes, there were 9 of them. When they were stacked together, the changes were quite obvious. However, Princess Qian Yu didn't notice it. Mr. Yao Yu crawled up from the ground. He felt very dispirited. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to keep his first place. "Mr. Yao Yu, why don't we call it a day? I think you must be too tired from the continuous fights." Princess Qian Yu was quite disappointed. She really hoped that Mr. Yao Yu wouldn't show any mercy. He would attack mercilessly like Suyu. That would be helpful for his cultivation. However, Princess Qian Yu didn't want to go all out. Mr. Yao Yu coughed lightly and said, "I was a little careless just now. If I have a chance to fight next time, I won't go easy on you." It was obvious that he wasn't as good as the princess, but he still wanted to flatter himself. "I've troubled you today, princess. Let's meet again another day." Mr. Yao Yu cupped his fists and said his goodbyes. When he left the Princess Manor, he took a deep look at the Princess Manor and thought to himself, the Emperor has really found a powerful teacher for Princess Qian Yu. It has only been a month since I last saw him, but her 9 gods physique has already evolved to such an extent. How terrifying! He predicted that the next time they met, he wouldn't be a match for Princess Qian Yu. After Princess Qian Yu finished her fight, she passed by a small courtyard and saw Su Yu quietly reading a communication jade scroll. She couldn't help but snort angrily. He had made her suffer for a month, and she didn't get anything out of it. What kind of teacher is this? Su Yu didn't know that the princess had fought with someone else. He was reading the jade scroll carefully, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. This was the message that the monarch had just sent. The content of the Jade Scroll was that the Nightless Empire and the Palace of Light were going to have a friendly exchange between the youths of both sides before the opening of the Glaze Ancient Cave. The main participants were the emissaries of light and the Nightless Palace. On the surface, it was obviously a martial arts exchange, but in reality, it was to discuss some specific cooperation matters in the Glaze Ancient Cave. There were dangers in the Glaze Ancient Cave, so both sides hoped to reach a cooperative state and take care of each other in the Glaze Ancient Cave. This friendly exchange was to lay the foundation for this. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to be friendly. Suyu laughed. The emissaries of light had been suppressing the Nightless Palace for years and had always looked down on the Nightless Palace with a superior attitude. Why would they lower themselves to be friends with the Nightless Palace? Forget it. Let's see what happens to them. Suyu shook his head and looked at another message from the monarch. A smile flashed across his face. Chapter 23:15. It was unknown what price the monarch had paid, but the palace master of the Light Palace had decided to lend the time-fixing plate to the Nightless Empire. At that time, it would be brought to the Nightless Kingdom by the radiant emissaries for this friendly exchange. Finally, Suyu heaved a long sigh of relief. He had found the time-fixing plate and was able to inquire about the whereabouts of the sinful Lady Palace and revive Yun Yazi's soul. Thinking of this, he was looking forward to the friendly exchange that would take place in a few months. Since the monarch had kept his promise and borrowed the star positioning plate, Suyu would naturally teach Princess Qianyu more diligently. In the following days, Suyu accompanied Princess Qianyu to hone her 9 divine body during the day, and at night he seized the time to consolidate the undying soul state. One day, Xia Xiaoya came to visit. Is there a need to be so serious about teaching that unruly princess? Xia Xiaoya had actually come many times, but every time she came, Suyu was training the princess in seclusion. Suyu said, I was entrusted by someone, so I have to be loyal to him. I have a clear conscience. Looking at Xia Xiaoya, Suyu asked, Are you not comfortable living in the palace? No, I heard a piece of news, so I came to tell you. Xia Xiaoya said, I heard that the Nightless Temple in the city is preparing to hold a sparring session among the prodigies of the Nightless Empire. Suyu's gaze was indifferent. He was not interested in the sparring session that they were holding. Suyu didn't even care about young Master Yaoyu's power, so their duels were meaningless to him. Xia Xiaoya's eyes flickered, and she said, I know you're not interested in their spars, but do you know who will be participating in this sparring session? I know him. There must be a deeper meaning behind her question. Snow Dream, Flying Rain. Suyu was slightly surprised, but he didn't show any more surprise, because not long ago he had seen this woman at the border. What was strange was that she was able to freely enter and exit the military camp of the Palace of Light, and the general of Xian Hua's clan seemed to be extremely secretive about this. You've seen her before? Xia Xiaoya asked curiously, reading something from Suyu's eyes. Suyu nodded and told him about the incident at the Palace of Light's military camp. Xia Xiaoya's face was full of suspicion. What are they planning to do this time? It's one thing for Golden-Eyed Langjun to become the vice president of the local Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. But how did his daughter get involved with the Palace of Light? Suyu's eyes flickered fiercely. Golden-Eyed Langjun had actually become the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce's vice president? Why? Based on his experience in dealing with the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce, everyone in the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce was greedy and insatiable. The price that an outsider had to pay to become their vice president was probably unimaginable. Golden-Eyed Langjun was just an ordinary, patriarch-level Tao Lord from the 7 ultimate civilizations. Could he afford such a high price? He deeply doubted this. This pair of father and daughter are really plotting something. The uneasiness in Suyu's heart became even stronger. If they were in another civilization, Suyu could ignore them. However, this was the colored glaze civilization, so he couldn't just sit back and do nothing when it involved himself. If that's the case, I will have to attend this sparring session personally. Suyu's eyes flickered. The next day, as usual, Suyu was sparring with Princess Qianyu. When the sparring ended, Princess Qianyu hesitated and said, "Teacher Su, I would like to take a day off." "Why?" "I have an important sparring session tomorrow, and I would like to attend it." "Teacher Su, please allow me." Su Yu calmly said, "Sure." Princess Qianyu was secretly delighted. This new teacher was very sensible. Unexpectedly, Su Yu changed the topic and said, "But you must bring me along." He had been worrying about how to arrange things for Princess Qianyu, and he hadn't expected her to receive an invitation as well. Ah! Princess Qianyu's face stiffened. She didn't want the world to know that she was being disciplined by a teacher. Fortunately, Su Yu said, "But I won't be attending as your teacher." "That's great." "Oh, I'll follow your arrangements." Princess Qianyu heaved a long sigh of relief. Su Yu said, "I'll attend as your friend." "Yes, Teacher Su." The teacher and the teacher made some preparations and headed to the West Wind Tower in the Imperial City the next day. The tower was already filled with invited geniuses, with Mr. Yao Yu as the leader. Prince Ling Tian had also come as a prince to support them. The friendly exchange in a few months was related to the honor of the younger generation of martial artists of the Nightless Empire. How could they not take it seriously? Upon closer inspection, Su Yu discovered that even the heartless Iron Constable rarely showed up. She sat quietly in a corner, holding a scroll in her hand as she carefully read through the cases. She seemed out of place with the atmosphere. "The princess has arrived," the servant of the West Wind Tower announced, loudly when he saw the princess carriage from afar. Everyone was excited. After all, she was the emperor's most beloved princess, and she was a member of the Nightless Ming Palace. Naturally, she was welcomed by everyone. Mr. Yao Yu wore a bright smile as he took the initiative to go downstairs and welcome the princess. The curtains of the carriage were opened by a servant girl, and Princess Qianyu stepped out first. "Princess, your presence brings light to my humble dwelling," Mr. Yao Yu said with a smile. Princess Qianyu nodded and jumped out of the carriage. However, she did not follow Mr. Yao Yu's invitation to go upstairs. Instead, she waited beside the carriage. "Princess." Mr. Yao Yu looked at her with a puzzled expression. At that moment, another youth stepped out of the carriage. It was Su Yu. Seeing him step out of the princess carriage, everyone present could not remain calm. What's going on? How can the princess carriage be used by others? That's not right. Why would the princess come with this human? What the F***CK? Who does he think he is? How can he share a carriage with the princess? Even the heartless Iron Constable put down his scroll and looked at Su Yu with a thoughtful expression. Prince Ling Tian was also surprised. The royal family had strict rules, and his sister's carriage was not for ordinary men to ride. Mr. Yao Yu, who was beside him, was the most shocked. This silver-haired human, whom he had always regarded as unremarkable, had been warmly received by the emperor, and now he was riding in the princess carriage? As far as he knew, outsiders were not allowed to ride on this carriage, especially men who were not part of the royal family. Mr. Yao Yu frowned and asked, "Princess, who is this person?" Princess Qianyu was very reluctant to introduce Su Yu, but she had no other choice. So she asked, "Did you forget about him at the banquet the other day?" Su Yu. Mr. Yao Yu did not want to know his name. "Princess, he and you are friends," Princess Qianyu said briefly and guiltily. Could friends ride in Princess Qianyu's carriage? They had been friends with the princess for many years, but they had never seen the princess allow them to ride in her carriage. This human called Su Yu had, in just a few days, gained the right to do so. It was difficult for Mr. Yao Yu not to be jealous, but on the surface he was very generous. He said with a smile, "So it is Mr. Su. Look at my bad memory. Please." He thought to himself, this human was too famous, and he did not care about the members of the Nightless Ming Palace at all. The previous banquet was fine, but this time he was participating in the sparring session in such a high-profile manner. I'll make him suffer a little later. Sue, you could tell what he was thinking, but did he care? The group went up to the west building. Princess, please. Princess Qianyu was naturally treated like the moon, and she was escorted to the most distinguished seat. Mr. Yao Yu turned to Su Yu and smiled apologetically. There are no more seats here. Please help yourself, Mr. Su. Su Yu looked around. Wherever he looked, all the young talents raised their necks or crossed their legs to occupy the empty seats, or looked at him with hostility, telling him not to come closer. The whole building was full of seats, but there was no place for Su Yu. Mr. Yao Yu saw this and laughed inwardly. There will not even be a seat later, and you still want to participate? But at that moment, a calm and sweet voice floated over. Mr. Su, if you do not mind, you can sit here. Everyone looked over, and their expressions became unnatural. It was the heartless iron constable, who did not fit in with the crowd. She brushed the long bench beside her with her sleeves, making room for Su Yu. This scene once again made everyone's hearts feel very conflicted. The famous heartless iron constable was someone they had racked their brains to befriend, but she had not even responded. All they had received was her usual indifference. In the whole of the Nightless Empire, the only person who had successfully approached the heartless iron constable was Prince Lingtian. But it was said that she was also very cold to Prince Lingtian. In this sparring session, she had even refused Prince Lingtian's request to sit with her. She had occupied a corner by herself, silently reading through the files. Who knew that she would give up her seat to Su Yu? This made everyone extremely depressed. What was so good about this silver-haired human? Why did it seem like all the big shots treated her specially? Why don't you come over to my seat? Another voice floated over. Everyone looked over, and their eyes could not help but flash with a deep sense of amazement. Who is this? So beautiful. I think she was there when I attended the monarch's banquet. She seems to be the companion of that silver-haired human, right? What a waste of God's gift. Such a beautiful woman is actually a companion of the human race who can't even be seen in public. It turned out that Xiaxiaya had already anticipated that the sparring session would not go smoothly, so she had come in advance to reserve a seat. Su Yu thought about it and chose to sit with the heartless iron constable. He had some questions to ask the heartless iron constable. Xiaoya curled her lips. You value a lover over a friend. But she still stood up quickly and came to the side of the heartless iron constable. She looked at her with an unfriendly gaze. Miss, Mr. Su is a decent person. Don't do anything that will cause others to misunderstand, okay? Su Yu rolled his eyes at her. Wasn't this sentence the one that would cause others to misunderstand? Unexpectedly, the heartless iron constable looked at Xiaxiaya and calmly said, It's not the first time we've met, so there's no need to call me Mississippi Leader Xiaoya. Suddenly, Xiaoya's body stiffened, her eyes filled with disbelief. The heartless iron constable actually knew her true identity. Su Yu was also secretly shocked. What keen observation skills! The three of them sat down and chatted with each other. Mr. Yao Yu looked at Su Yu deeply. She was very unhappy, but she had more important matters to attend to. She invited the princess to sit down, then asked with a smile, Princess, did your teacher not come? Hearing that, Princess Qianyu, who was in a good mood, stiffened. She laughed dryly. My teacher? He's quite busy, haha. Her teacher was right across from her. That's a pity. Your current teacher must be a master who has reached the acme of perfection. If he were willing to come and give us pointers, it would be a great help to our training, Mr. Yao Yu said regretfully. His words stunned Princess Qianyu. She thought to herself, is he talking about Su Yu? Chapter 23:16. She really could not understand why young Master Yao Yu would have such an absurd opinion. Moreover, wasn't Su Yu right in front of him? Mr. Yao Yu's attitude toward Su Yu was the exact opposite of how he would treat a Taoist expert. As she thought of this, She looked at the corner where Su Yu was and couldn't help but roll her eyes. Su Yu was squeezed between the two women, yet he was still happily chatting with them. Could such a person be considered a Taoist expert? Young Master Yao, you must have misunderstood something. Su Yu acted as if there was no one else around. Under countless envious gazes, he asked the heartless Iron Detective. As the heartless Iron Detective who swore to rid the world of filth and establish a world of light, wouldn't it go against your conscience to sit together with two pirate leaders? The heartless Iron Constable's expression was tranquil. She stretched out a finger, allowing a ray of sunlight to shine on her slender, jade-like finger. Instantly, a clear shadow was cast on the ground. Where there is light, there will be shadows. Under the light, there must be darkness. It is unavoidable. The heartless Iron Constable said, "The only thing I can do is to sweep away the great evil. Otherwise, even if I have 1,000,000 incarnations, I still won't be able to fulfill my wish." Hearing this, Su Yu laughed. He had once thought that the heartless Iron Constable was too naive. "What are you laughing at?" The heartless Iron Constable stared at him. Su Yu nodded. "You are different from what I imagined." The corners of the heartless Iron Constable's mouth curved into a smile as he said, "I must be very pedantic in your imagination, right?" "Understood," Su Yu replied. Actually, he was still a little pedantic now. Did the great evil have anything to do with her? What good would it do her to punish the wicked? With this kind of energy, wouldn't it be better to cultivate alone and increase one's strength? But it is precisely because of his pedantry that he is worthy of respect, Su Yu said slowly. This was also the reason why he was willing to save the heartless Iron Arrester back then. Xia Xiaoye moved closer and wrinkled her nose. "Aren't you afraid of being called a busybody?" The heartless Iron Constable caressed the dossier in his hand and said indifferently, "What does it have to do with me if the world condemns me? I only act according to my heart. What a good! What does it have to do with me?" Xia Xiaoye's lips wriggled, but she didn't continue arguing. She felt ashamed of her own inferiority. They were both women, but one was righteous, while the other was willing to wallow in the mire with pirates. He paled in comparison. "All right. Thank you for your mercy, heartless Iron Arrester." Su Yu cupped his fists at him. The heartless Iron Constable said indifferently, "Didn't you also let a horse go?" Su Yu was not surprised. With the insight and intelligence of the heartless Iron Arrester, he might not have realized Su Yu's good intentions at that time, but he would understand it after calming down. "I have something to ask the heartless Iron Arrester." "Please go ahead. How much do you know about golden-eyed Langjun?" The Wuxin Iron Constable put away the file in his hand and looked at Su Yu with his clear eyes. "What do you want to say?" "I feel that this person is too shrewd and ambitious. Recently, I sense that he appeared in the Nightless Kingdom, so I am worried." The heartless Iron Constable's expression became a little more solemn. He drew a soundproof enchantment around him as if nothing had happened and said, "To be honest, I have been reading the files of the golden-eyed Langjun recently. I have some guesses about his intentions. It's just that I can't tell you yet." Su Yu was shocked. As expected, the Wuxin Iron Constable's source of information was very rich, far surpassing Su Yu's. She must have obtained a lot of secret information. "If you need help, you can contact me." "Thank you." Just as the conversation ended, a beautiful figure in a snow-white robe entered the West Wind Tower. Su Yu's eyes narrowed. It was Biyun Hongxian. Her appearance stunned all the men present. After all, she was one of the 2 most beautiful women in the 7 unique civilizations. Mr. Yao Yu's eyes lit up. He took the initiative to step forward and said with a smile, "Fairy Biyun, your presence brings light to my humble dwelling. Please take a seat." Biyun Hongxian smiled and nodded. She was about to follow his gesture when she saw a familiar figure in the corner. Looking sideways, Biyun Hongxian was startled, but then she revealed a look of joy. She walked forward with light steps and curtsied. "Mr. Su, it's been a long time." Everyone was stunned again. Mr. Yao Yu's smile froze on his face. It's the same thing again. Why does every important person seem to know Su Yu? Many people, including young Master Yao Yu, had a misconception that they were too ignorant and ill-informed and didn't know that Su Yu was actually such a famous and influential person. The monarch was very courteous to Su Yu, and Princess Qian Yu even shared a carriage with him. He had a mysterious relationship with the famous heartless Iron Hunter, and even by Yun Hongxian, who had recently arrived at the Sleepless Empire, knew Su Yu. It must be because they were too ignorant, haha. Everyone's hearts were in a mess. Su Yu's eyes were calm, and he gently nodded his chin. "How have you been?" "I'm fine. But Mr. Su, my father and I left in a hurry and didn't inform you. I didn't expect to see you again in the Sleepless Empire after 10 years. Biyun Hongxian was very emotional and happy. The excitement and joy in his eyes were genuine and not concealed. "It's all right. The Pirate Alliance has been disbanded and I have escaped. Thank you for your concern, Miss Biyun." Biyun Hongxian's eyes were apologetic. That day her father's plot was exposed, and she had no choice but to take away the core members of the family. There was no time to inform anyone. She couldn't get over it. Seeing Su Yu again, one could imagine how she felt. "Can I sit next to you?" Biyun Hongxian asked. Meeting Su Yu was like meeting an old friend. Su Yu glanced at the slightly crowded corner and said, "If you don't mind, I can." Biyun Hongxian smiled and sat next to Xie Xiaoye, forcing her way in. Xie moved her, but to the side, and rolled her eyes at Su Yu. Her lips wriggled as she spat out a few words that only Su Yu could hear. "You have mercy everywhere!" Su Yu could only shrug to express his helplessness. He really didn't do anything to Biyun Hongxian. Even their friendship was superficial, and they never had any in-depth communication. It was just that she cared more about favors, and she always remembered him. Mr. Yao Yu saw this and felt jealous. Biyun Hongxian would rather squeeze with Su Yu than sit in the seat of honor. Now, the seat of honor was the center of this competition. As a result, everyone's attention was drawn away by that corner. Now, when he saw Su Yu, he felt a stinging pain in his eyes, as if Su Yu had become a thorn in his side. "Damn it, I'll make you suffer later," Mr. Yao Yu swore to himself. Su Yu had only been in the Sleepless Empire for a few days, and he had already stolen all the limelight. "Since everyone is here, then let's officially spar." Mr. Yao Yu regarded himself as the host of the competition. He said, "The main purpose of this competition is to discover each other's weaknesses. Therefore, we must be serious and not stop at a fight. In other words, there might be injuries during the competition." The crowd of geniuses nodded and had no objections. They had all suffered great hardships to get to where they were today. Getting injured in a competition was a common occurrence. What was there to be afraid of? However, they were not afraid of getting injured themselves, but they were afraid of the princess getting injured. If she got injured, the monarch would be furious and her life would be in danger. "This time we ask the princess to be our witness, so that you can urge us to do our best in the competition," Mr. Yao Yu said. Princess Qian Yu raised her eyebrows. If she was the supervisor, didn't that mean she couldn't fight? Didn't she come here to compete with everyone? She was about to lose her temper, but considering Su Yu's presence, she didn't dare to act rashly. She could only bear with it and nodded reluctantly. "All right." Mr. Yao Yu heaved a sigh of relief. He had not intended to invite Princess Qian Yu to the competition at the West Wind Tower. He knew that he might not be a match for Princess Qian Yu. However, it would be inexcusable if he did not invite Princess Qian Yu, who was also from the Nightless Ming Palace. He could only bite the bullet and fight. In any case, he would try not to let the princess fight, lest he lose his position as the #1 person in the Nightless Ming Palace. The competition soon began. It was different from the previous competition at the princess's residence. This time, both sides are going all out, and it seemed like they were in a fight for real. The battle was extremely intense. Many onlookers were amazed, and they learned a lot from the competition. Only 4 discordant figures did not pay attention to the battle from the beginning. Su Yu and the other 3 had been communicating with each other. With their strength and cultivation level, the competition between the members of the Nightless Ming Palace was not worth learning. Su Yu's main focus was on beating around the bush, trying to get some information from Biyun and Hongxian. Unfortunately, Biyun and Hongxian did not know what the golden-eyed playboy wanted to do, including the last operation. She was suddenly informed when the plan was about to be carried out. During that time, she was only ordered to help the golden-eyed playboy with some tasks. Finally, Su Yu asked Biyun and Hongxian why they were going to the military camp of the Bright Palace. She was also confused and said that she was just delivering a letter on her father's order. Just as Su Yu was about to ask more questions, he suddenly heard Mr. Yao Yu smile at the crowd and say, "The competition in the Nightless Ming Palace has temporarily come to an end, but our communication has not stopped." His tone changed, and he pointed the finger at Su Yu and the other 3 who were talking. "We are very fortunate to have the famous Mr. Su Yu here today. Why don't we ask him to come out and show us some of his skills?" Not many people knew Su Yu's name. Therefore, when Mr. Yao Yu said the words famous, he was met with a burst of laughter. "Who is Su Yu? Why is he so famous? Should I know who he is? He should be the human youth who got out of the princess's carriage, right? He is only a half-step Taoist master, and yet he is worthy of being called famous." Yes, I guess Mr. Yao Yu is being sarcastic. Putting aside the hostility that Mr. Yao Yu had deliberately provoked, the fact that he had invited Su Yu to fight without any preparation showed that he was not respectful at all. It was agreed that it was a competition between the members of the Nightless Ming Palace. If he invited an outsider to fight, he should have at least informed him in advance, right? Moreover, they had not invited Su Yu specifically. Su Yu was disgusted, and he shot an indifferent look at him. Without any mercy, he said, "You can continue with the competition. My strength is insignificant, so I will not embarrass myself." Chapter 23:17. They had been jealous of Su Yu for a long time and had long wanted to teach him a lesson. "Don't do that, Mr. Su. You are highly regarded by His Majesty. We have been looking forward to fighting you. Yes, I heard that you are very powerful. You should be able to defeat us effortlessly, right?" The corners of Mr. Yao Yu's mouth curled up imperceptibly. It seemed that he did not need to do anything. There would be people willing to serve him. Little did he know that the sarcasm of the Nightless Palace members was actually true. The monarch really did think highly of Su Yu because of his strength. It was effortless for him to overpower all of them here. It was just that they found it hard to believe. Xia Xiaoya sneered. What a bunch of people who overestimated themselves. Su Yu did not want to fight with them. If he did, all of them together would be no match for Su Yu's fist. The heartless iron constable looked at the clamoring Nightless Palace members and said, "Aren't you going to shut them up?" Su Yu said indifferently, "I can't be bothered." However, Mr. Yao Yu saw that Su Yu did not come out. He thought that Su Yu must have been frightened and did not dare to come out. He said persistently, "Mr. Su, you see, it's hard to refuse such hospitality. Swish!" With a flash, Biyun Hongxian stepped forward and said, "If Mr. Su does not want to come, I will fight with you on his behalf." Not to mention the others, even Su Yu was stunned. Biyun Hongxian's strength was only half a path master. Most of the Nightless Palace members in front of her were path masters. Was she confident that she could deal with them? Mr. Yao Yu was extremely jealous. What was so good about Su Yu? Why did so many people protect him? "Fairy Biyun, please ask Mr. Su to fight in person. We are afraid that you will be hurt." Mr. Yao Yu suppressed his anger and smiled. Biyun Hongxian slowly released her desolate power and said calmly, "You know too little about Mr. Su. If you are not even as good as me, you probably can't even defeat one of his hands." The crowd, who were already jealous of Suyu, almost exploded in anger when they heard his words. They couldn't defeat one of Suyu's hands? There should be a limit to joking. Or rather, this was an insult to the Nightless Palace. Since Fairy Baiyun has said so, then I will shamelessly test your strength. An ordinary-looking youth walked forward. Suyu knew this person, as he often went out to train with Princess Qianyu. He was ranked last in the Nightless Ming Palace, and was the only Nightless Ming Palace member who had not broken through to become a Dao Lord. Please. Baiyun Hongxian said lightly, you can make your move now. The youth cast a sidelong glance at Suyu and said coldly, when Fairy Baiyun is defeated, I want to experience the power of Mr. Su's fist. As he spoke, he released his great desolation power. At the same time, he took out all of his immortal treasures and took the initiative to attack. His attacks could not be said to be weak, and there was almost no room to dodge. However, what was unexpected was that Fairy Baiyun did not even put up any defenses. She easily dodged all the attacks with just her footsteps. It was as if she could predict in advance where the enemy's attack would land. The young man was stunned. He didn't believe that Fairy Baiyun could easily dodge his full-strength attack. He attacked again. The result was the same. The people who had originally planned on watching Fairy Baiyun be defeated gradually realized that something was wrong. After 10 consecutive moves, Fairy Baiyun only dodged and did not attack. It was not until the 11th move that Fairy Baiyun said indifferently, 10 moves have passed, it's my turn. She did not use any powerful divine techniques. She merely took a step forward and flicked a wisp of great desolation power with her finger. But strangely, such a simple attack seemed to make the young man stupid. He swayed left and right, unable to shake off the attack. Finally, he was hit between the brows. Pow! The young man was knocked unconscious without even a scream. The strange scene caused the crowd to fall silent for a while. No one understood what had happened. Only Suyu knew. He looked deeply at Baiyun Hongxian. In the 7 unique civilizations, Baiyun Hongxian had not yet inherited the bloodline of the Tianyi Empress. Today, 10 years later, she had completely mastered it. To be able to predict the enemy's trajectory in advance, the only one who could do so was the time and space domain from the Tianyi Empress. Baiyun Hongxian had inherited her bloodline. After the golden-eyed Lang Jun, she was the second. Who else? Baiyun Hongxian said indifferently, but no one dared to underestimate her anymore. I'll go. In the Nightless Palace, Zhue Fingzi, who was ranked 5th, volunteered. Zhue Fingzi was the best at movement techniques in the Nightless Palace. Even Mr. Yao Yu, who was ranked 1st, could not compare. The former had been defeated in such a strange manner. Zhue Fingzi guessed that it was because his reaction was not agile enough. Only Suyu knew that this person would definitely lose. In front of the space-time talent, movement techniques were nothing. Unless the enemy was too strong and could interfere with Baiyun Hongxian's space-time talent, she was invincible. Both sides quickly exchanged blows. Everyone thought that Zhue Fingzi would change the situation. Who knew that he would still fall into the same strange situation as the former? No matter how fast Zhue Fingzi's movement technique was, or how cunning and incredible his attacks were, Baiyun Hongxian could predict his attacks in advance and easily evade them. After 10 moves, she made her move. It was still a wisp of great desolation power, but Zhue Fingzi, who was known for his movement techniques, could not shake it off. In the end, he was sent flying. Next. While everyone was shocked, Baiyun Hongxian said calmly, Now, who would dare to make another move? They did not even know how Baiyun Hongxian had won. Mr. Yao Yu's face was solemn and he felt threatened. There were indeed crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Princess Qianyu was one thing, but even Baiyun Hongxian, who did not reveal herself, was so terrifying. He thought to himself that if they really fought, he might not even have a 50% chance of winning. For a moment, the whole place was eerily quiet. The members of the Nightless Palace, who had been clamoring, just now all quieted down. Since no one wants to challenge you, then let the challenge against Mr. Su end here. If you are not even as good as me, there is really no need to waste his energy. After saying that, Bai Yun Hongxian's indifference was replaced by a bashful smile as she returned to sit beside Su Yu. Su Yu smiled bitterly. I am not as powerful as Miss Bai Yun thinks I am. Of course, he was being modest. Although the space-time talent was powerful, Su Yu had also mastered the law of time and the space domain, which was the nemesis of Bai Yun Hongxian. Mr. Su is unpredictable and can often do things that ordinary people cannot. Although I have improved in the past 10 years, Mr. Su's improvement must be even greater, Bai Yun Hongxian said calmly. Xia Xiaoya muttered to herself. Bai Yun Hongxian was right. The Su Yu of 10 years ago and the Su Yu of 10 years later were two completely different levels. I think so too. The strange thing was that the heartless Iron Constable also said, looking at Su Yu with a meaningful gaze. Among people of the same age, Su Yu was the only one who had defeated her. Moreover, she had a feeling that Su Yu had not used his full strength at that time. Humph! Mr. Yao Yu snorted coldly, feeling extremely displeased. What should have been a joyous and harmonious sparring session had ended in such a sorry state because of Su Yu. The members of the Nightless Palace parted on bad terms. Walking down the West Wind Tower, Zhu Fengzi said, Brother Yao Yu, are we just going to let it go like this? That Su Yu is relying on his affinity with women to look down on us. He is really abominable. When had Su Yu looked down on them? Were they the ones who were jealous and unable to calm down? What else? Yao, you glared at him. Unless you also have such affinity with women. He was extremely jealous. Why did so many powerful women regard Su Yu as an important friend? Why was he, the #1 heaven ruler of the Nightless Empire, unwilling to get close to him? This was really unfair. I am not as handsome as that human, Zhu Fengzi said sourly. In terms of appearance, none of the people of the Nightless Palace could compare to Su Yu. Pretty boy. Just looking at him is infuriating. This is really hard to swallow. Mr. Yao Yu was still older than them, so he quickly calmed down and said, The future is long and there will be plenty of opportunities. For example, the upcoming friendly exchange between the Nightless Empire and the Light Palace. At that time, strong people will gather, and I am afraid no woman will be able to protect him in time. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, as if they could already see Su Yu's swollen face. They all smiled knowingly. At the West Wind Tower, the 4 of them chatted for a while, and Su Yu felt that he could no longer learn more from Bai Yun Hongxian, so he got up and said goodbye. We will meet again next time. Bai Yun Hongxian hurriedly said, The friendly exchange between the younger generation of the Nightless Empire and the Light Palace. Are you going? She enjoyed chatting with Su Yu. She was very satisfied with his strength and character. Go ahead. Su Yu looked at Princess Qianyu, who was waiting for him in the distance. If he did not go, no one would be able to suppress the group of people from the Light Palace. All right, then we will meet in 2 months. Bai Yun Hongxian left, satisfied. The heartless Iron Constable took the scroll and left without looking back, saying, See you in 2 months. What about you? Will you follow me to the princess mansion or the palace? Su Yu asked Xia Xiaoya. Xia Xiaoya looked at the princess and said mischievously, I think I will not disturb you and the beautiful princess. Su Yu was speechless. He felt that Xia Xiaoya seemed to have become a lot more lively after putting on this beautiful disguise. In the past, Xia Xiaoya always gave people the feeling of being mature, but now she looked a little like a young girl. I said, take off the disguise. With my current identity, it should be no problem for the Nightless Empire to withdraw the wanted order for you. He could not let Xia Xiaoya wear this mask all the time, could he? Xia Xiaoya stopped, turned around, and poked her fair and tender cheek with her index finger. She said, Oh, isn't my face beautiful now? To be honest, it was beautiful. It was a rare kind of beauty. Su Yu had only seen it a few times in his life. but it was a pity that it was just a disguise. Beautiful. Then why do you want to take it off? Saya asked with a smile. Su Yu waved his hand. Suit yourself, I was just saying. When he finished speaking, he walked away and returned to the princess mansion with Princess Qianyu. Xia looked at Su Yu's back, touched her extremely elastic face and giggled. You have good taste, you know that I am beautiful.